Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Book 91. We are talking to you know who? Walter from Ready to Love. Listen, it's gonna be a sure, amazing, tough conversation. There's some things to straighten out today, so I look forward to discussing with my brother Walter. Walter, how you doing today?
I'm fantastic, man. How about yourself?
I'm alright, I'm living life. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm living life, I'm good.
Yeah, pretty much woke up this morning. Make it a great day, you know what I mean? So can't be mad at
That's it, man. I'm loving the salt and pepper beard that you got going on though, sir.
it. Hey, like I said, man, I've earned every gray hair, man. I've earned it. So I'm not gonna dye it, I'm not gonna spray it, I'm not gonna Beijing it, I'm gonna age gracefully and let it do what it do.
I love that, man. I love that. You know what I'm saying? Just be careful, though, my audience. I don't want you to take him away. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Don't smile too much. You'll be all right. All right. Listen, I appreciate having you on the show. It's an honor to host you. And you know what? Before we go any further, I like to make sure that the people that I'm seeing on my screen are not holograms and robots. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh
I like
yeah.
to, yeah, I gotta make sure. So I'm gonna ask some questions to make sure you're actually human. My first question here is: are you an iPhone, Android user, sir?
Oh man, people gonna be mad at me. I have an Android.
My brother, my brother, my
Oh,
brother.
oh, bam.
Yeah, man, we were
Okay.
androids out here. Now I know you're sensible. I don't need any other questions. No jokes. I like it. Android users. The rest of you guys follow. All right, second question I got for you.
Okay.
Favorite color?
Black. Um,
Mm.
yeah, I'd say either I don't know if I really have a favorite color, but I love black. Black is probably my go-to color.
Mm.
Outside of black, I might say green.
Green. Oh, green.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay. Hey, solid colors. Okay, black and
yeah.
green. Okay, I like that.
Black because it's easy, gives me less decisions to make, during the day. It goes with everything. It's classy, sexy, elegant, whatever. Black is a go-to. Green kind of reminds me about life growth. When I think about green, I think about something growing, something being alive. So
Mm. Interesting. Green. Okay, I like it. No worries. I like that. Favorite number?
9.
Oh, why nine?
9 is the number of completeness, it's the wholeness. Nine's the last number. It goes from 0 to 9. Every other number after that is a
Double.
combination thereof,
Mm.
right? And
Mm.
also, when I pledged, my line number was 9. It seemed like a lot of things in my life revolved around the number 9. I kept seeing it pop up here and there, yeah, 9. Nine's my favorite number.
I like that. I like that. My final question to you is: there's a painting behind you. What's the painting of?
It is. Let's see if I can just. It's something that I did the other day. I mean, maybe about 3 or 4 months ago. I just wanted something abstract on my wall, so I just did this huge. See,
Okay.
it's pretty big. It's like 5 feet by 4 feet, or 5 feet by 6 feet, or something like that. And so I
Okay.
was like, I need something on this wall, and I can either go drop thousands of dollars for a big painting, or I could go to what's the place, Michael's, and buy a canvas and some paint and do it myself. So
Okay. I like that. Are you a person that do you usually paint, or is this something that's just new for you?
when I'm inspired, like I
Mm.
said, if I see something on the wall, if I go to a museum or something, I'll, instead of saying, "Ooh, I want to buy that," I'll say, "I could do that." Like what can do that? I'm like, I can do that. I'm not going to spend thousands of dollars on something that I can do myself. I mean, I'll just go paint it. So it's anything creative, anything artistic for me is therapeutic. So it just gives me a time to zone out and not think about all the other stuff that I do.
Mm. Love that. Love that.
Yeah, I really feel like there's nothing that I can't do. When I was a kid, I used to paint. I had a couple of paintings that ended up in the Crocker Art Museum in California, and
Mm.
yeah, so it was just I've just been always creative, really
Mm.
artistic.
I love
I'm an
that.
artist at heart.
Hmm. Okay, I'm a bit of an artist myself, so when I see someone else also who's also able to express themselves and paint, I mean, mine's more drawing than paint, but I appreciate that still. I
Yeah, I
appreciate
mean,
that.
I grew up drawing. I doodling, drawing ninjas and stuff. Whatever I could draw in school. I had a lot of free time in school because I'd finish assignments early,
Mm.
and so I'd end up drawing. And a couple times, some drawings got me in trouble. but for the most part, I've always done some. I've always been, like I said, I've always been artistic. So I went from drawing to painting to music to acting, singing, you name it. Anything that has to do with entertainment and art, I've always
Got
kind of
you.
been drawn to that. Yeah.
Love that. Since we're talking obviously about art, life, and all those things included into the creativity, I want to ask a question. There's
Sure.
another art form called storytelling. And
Okay.
I want to, Walter. Who would you say Walter is, and what is Walter's story?
Oh wow. Okay. Story. Born on Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California out in the desert. Spent the first few years of my life in Los Angeles. Moved to Sacramento, California, Northern California, right before I turned 5 years old. Um, I think my father left when I was 2, so I didn't really know him. Um, I have an older sister, and I always had like 3 women, and 3 to 4 women in the house. It was my sister, my grandmother, my mom, and usually we had a cousin. So I have a lot of cousins that I look at as sisters because they were there. They might have been there for a year. They might have been there for summer or whatever. But I always felt like I had a female cousin there. My mom was like the Statue of Liberty for our family, as far as people coming from Panama to America. Between my mom and my aunt Isabel, who was on the show, they helped a lot of people in our family come from Panama to America. So our house was like a halfway house. Like, once you got, I was, a kid, 7 to 10 years old, teaching somebody how to speak English and tutoring them in high. They're in high school. I'm tutoring them in high school and teaching them how to speak English. So that was kind of like a part of growing up. My grandmother being there. I was always. My mother was a master sergeant, so she's a hot-blooded Latina African American woman that's a nurse and a master sergeant. She ran the house like the military. It's a very disciplined type house. Spare the rod, spoil the child. White glove the bathroom. Clean the whole thing over again if she found a spot type of. Very disciplined. So at home, I was usually very serious at home. So whenever I got out the chance to go outside to play, I was wild. I wanted. I really was.
How wild are we talking about here?
I mean, wilding. I mean, whatever it was, I was in it. I wanted to do as much as I can while I could, because once I got back home, it was shut down. And so I wanted everybody around me to be happy. So I was always joking and performing because a lot of my friends, they didn't have fathers as well, and so we, everybody had their thing, and so I wanted everybody to be happy. And like I said, I was on restriction a lot. Anything, if I didn't get good grades, if I got too many B's, too many A minuses, sometimes, I'd get put on restriction or get B for it. So it was like I was on restriction a lot. So when I did get out, I was out. I'm like, I'm about to, get it in. So. That's just a little bit about but other than that, I definitely was very competitive. Growing up, like I said, because of the home environment that I had, and my mom coming from Panama, she was like, "You're already black, you're male." I was gifted, so I got sent to a gifted school in the 2nd grade. They were going to put me into a remedial school because the teacher was like, "Walt's a class clown. He doesn't pay attention," and I remember my mom came to the school with the belt. It was like, all right, let's explain what's going on. And I was like, I did all the work. And the teacher's like, "What do you mean you did all the work?" I was like, "I did all the work for the semester already." She's like, "We're only a month in the school." And I'm like, "Yeah, but when I get home, my mom is telling me, do your homework." I'm like, "I did it on the bus on the way home." She's like, "Well, do more." I'm like, "Well, it's not a sign." She's like, "Well, do the book." So I would just teach myself whatever, all the math, So by the time the teacher handed out the assignment, I already had the whole complete math book finished.
Oh.
So, the reason why I was laughing and joking, because I was like, there's nothing you can teach me in this class. I've already taught myself the entire semester. And so they were like,
Get it.
you need to put this. And it's just funny because I'm black. They were going to put me in remedial. They didn't even think to ask me what was going on. Luckily, my mom was the way she was, and I ended up in a gifted school where I could learn at my own pace. And of course, I'm the token black kid, right? I'm the token black guy. They got one black guy, one black girl, one Asian guy, one Asian girl, and the rest are white. You know, I didn't know till later that, you know, the gifted program was, you know, another way to segregate. I didn't find that out until I was an adult. You know, you can't segregate by race, but you can segregate by gifted. And that was the way that it could segregate. But anyway, so yeah, but that, you know, allowed me to learn at my own pace and be creative and do art and do things that a lot of other kids couldn't do in schools. So with that, I ended up being, you know, I also was star on the basketball team, ran track, played football, Pop Warner football. So anything athletic, anything competitive, I was in. Because I was the one black kid, my mom was like, you got to be the best. You better be like, you're representing all black people to them. So,
you can't be shabby.
Couldn't be shabby. If there was a list of like the top students, like they have all the students ranked on the wall, or they would have students with stars by their name. If I didn't have the most stars, I was catching a beat. So I always had to be, you know, the best in the class, the best in the school. And that was instilled in me from second grade through high school. That was pretty much how it was. So whether it was sports or academia, I was always, you know, competing to be the best. And in high school, I went to a real hood high school, but I loved that high school. Grant Pacers represent, always Pacers for life. But but I was like the black Ferris Bueller of my high school. If people know who Ferris Bueller was, like I was that guy, loved by the teachers, students, and everything. Could get away with murder. Wrote my own hall passes. You know, could get other kids out of class. Always doing some type of, you know, doing some type of crazy thing to get away with murder. Like we had our senior cut day in our principal's pool. Like, you know, that type of situation. So that's pretty much what it was, you know, class president, star basketball player, you know, but try to be a friend to all. Of course, with that, you get your haters as well.
Yep. How did you deal with that?
Learned how to fight. Learned how to fight real well. But honestly, a lot of it was my friends. I had friends that really cared for me. They were like, Walt, you're different. You know, you don't got to do all the things that we're doing. You don't have to, you know, you're special. You're going to make it out. You're not like us. So a lot of my friends had my front instead of having my back. Like I could be talking to somebody and maybe the conversation gets a little heated, but it probably wasn't going to turn into a fight. And one of my friends would just come out of nowhere. And just, Walt, no, I saw he balled his hands up, Walt. He was balling his hands up. And I'm like, you're going to fight, dude. No, Walt, I got your front. I don't got your back. I got your front. I'm going to knock him out first. One hitter quitter, nigga. So that's you know, the friends that I had, they protected me from getting into a lot of stuff. There's times where, you know, we were out when we shouldn't have been out, and they dropped me off at home. Like, you need to get out the car. We don't, you know, I got a bad feeling about tonight or something like that. And I'd be fighting to not get out the car. Sometimes we might even square up in the front lawn, like, no, I'm riding with y'all. I'm with y'all. And they were like, Walt, no, I got a bad feeling about tonight. Like I said, you're different. You're special. You need to get out. You need to get out of here. And so I had guardian angels and loved ones, you know, so that really protected me. But they knew I had hands because most of my friends were like these big, dark football player, you know, type, you know, gangster, whatever, maybe, you know, and people would be like, how does he fit in with y'all? Like, one of these kids is doing his own thing. And because of that, if we were out, say we're going through a crowd of people or we're at a club or something, and one of them bump into somebody or step on somebody's shoes, they'd be like, hey, and they like go through the line. Not him. They get to me like, fuck you, bitch. And I'm like, I didn't even bump you. And then it had to be on because I'm like, it's because I'm light skinned. So I had like this light skinned chip on my shoulder because, you know, not the fact I never even really thought about like maybe it's because I was the smallest dude in the crew, but I was like, it's because I'm light skinned. So I always had a chip on my shoulder. And most of my boys was like, don't fool with Walt. Walt got hands. Walt fighting. And because of it, I really made sure that, you know, I had hands. I was fast. I hit hard with both hands. So.
Jeez. So obviously, you talked about obviously fighting on the lawn, trying kind of roll with your boys still. So why was you trying to roll out with the guys then? You know, why did you want to roll with the guys? If you want to say that.
They were my boys. I mean, it's really that simple. It's not a matter of, you know, the same way that they protected me, I wanted to protect them. You know, there was like, say my boys were doing dirt, right? Classic point. We were in a car, and one of my good friends, my good friend Antoine, like, you know, his family, his brother, and you know, people that we grew up with, you know, gang affiliated, what have you. And so, you know, Antoine's my friend, and he ends up affiliated or whatever. And there's no way I'm not going to not have his back. He's my best friend. Like, you know, he's one of my best friends. If he goes down, something, to me, it's not a gang thing. It's these two guys that are trying to jump him or whatever. It's not whether it's gang related or not, or whether it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to let him get jumped. I'm going to jump in. So therefore, then now I'm thug adjacent. Now I'm thug affiliated. So if they see me out, then they're like, hey, you know, and so that ends up swirling around and happening. And, you know, I remember I used to try to dress the part, right? I had the rag hanging out my pocket, you know, I tried to dress the part. And my friends looked out for me. They were like, well, you know, no matter how you dress, bro, you don't look like a thug, dog. You look like a background dancer in a rap video. You know, no matter what you do, you don't look hard. Like, you don't look hard. Just dress like however you want to dress. And so I always dressed preppy. But you know, say we got pulled over by the cops, you know, I'm dressed preppy. I got, you know, I'm looking like Boys II Men, you know, and the cop pulls us over, and of course I go into code switch. Excuse me, officer. Well, you know, I'm lost in the hood, and you know, I'm trying to drop off the rest of the basketball team. You know what I mean?
Hey,
you know?
It's survival out here, brother.
You know, so and we would get let go, and I'm like, my boys would look like, yo, you really talked your way out of that. I'm like, my mom is a nurse at juvenile hall. She taught me how to talk to the police at a very early age. And so, you know, I'm telling them, like, if you're dirty, right? If you're riding dirty, don't dress like you riding dirty. Don't dress like a thug. Dress like me. Put a Bible in the back window, right? Have a backpack on your back seat that has books. Have it open so they can see the books, you know, and dress preppy. And he's not going to search your car. He's not going to, you know, hey, why were you speeding? You know, I don't even want to be in this neighborhood, officer. I'm just trying to I made the wrong turn.
Trying to get to yard.
You know, so like I said, I was quick. I was quick with it. And, you know, so I would help them in that type of way. And they would help me in other ways, you know. So whenever anything went down, I'm like, I got your back. And my boys know. You know, my boys know. Even when I got to college, you know, I got my friends called me from juvenile hall, like, Walt, I'm getting my GED, and Julie, I'll be out next week. Can I come to Morgan State University with you? I'm like, school started last week, boy. Like, I know I'm on my way. All right.
I love this though. I mean, like I said, I think from a different perspective, what you're kind of showing us is that you're when you're down, you're down.
You sound a little fuzzy for some reason. All right, go ahead.
Is it all right there? Can you hear me?
I don't know what's going on with the sound, but it sounds a little electronic.
Does it sound a little bit electronic still?
Yeah, it's still bad, man.
Oh, let me have a little check.
There's feedback. I don't know why there's feedback.
Let's see. 1 2 1 2. We still got feedback?
Nah, it's still bad.
It may be. You might need to grab some headphones, you know, because you might need to. Let me have a look. Let me see. Let me make sure audience, can you guys hear us? Am I a bit fuzzy to you guys? Just want to make sure.
I can't see the people talking. I don't know. Is anybody saying that it's coming out?
I think they're saying it's on your end, Walter. They said it sounds good. Do you have headphones?
Huh?
Do you have headphones?
My levels.
I was going to say, do you have any headphones?
Oh, I do.
Yeah. See if that will work. It's interesting so far, guys. I'm liking where this is going.
Let's see if this works here.
All right.
Let's see. How's that? Let's see. Hold
Can you
on.
hear me?
Let me see. Come through the headphones. Okay. Okay, should be.
All right. Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2.
All right.
Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2.
I can hear you, but it still sounds
Still do
real.
electronica.
All right. I don't know what it is, but we'll work it out. I think I can understand what you're saying, so we'll work it out.
Worst comes to worst, we'll type it. All right.
All right. Let's go.
Yeah. Sorry. I was gonna ask. I was gonna say. Well, it sounds like you're a loyal person. You're down for the crew. Once you're down, you're down.
Yeah. Loyalty.
Yeah. You take that very, very seriously.
Definitely, I do.
Where's that built from? I know that you're loyal to your guys and stuff, but where does that trait come from?
Hold on, you're still sounding so electronic to me, Summer. You said, where does the loyalty come from?
Yeah.
Sense of family. My family is very close knit. We're Caribbean, Panamanian, and that's family means everything. And so that's pretty much where that loyalty comes from. It's instilled you can't choose who your family is, but friends are the family that you choose. And so I take that very seriously. And like I said, one of my friends, my friend Fred, please prayers out to Fred. He's still in the hospital. He just had heart surgery. And my other close friend, Twan, I was friends with Fred since 4 years old and Twan since 11. So, I look at them. I don't really call them friends. I call them brothers. And we've lived like that ever since. So that's where it comes from. Loyalty just comes from, family. The things that my grandmother instilled in me, my mother and my sister, and my aunt.
Okay.
Aunts. Yeah. I have 7 aunts and 3 uncles. Yeah. So.
Okay, I hear that. Talk to us a little bit about your relationship with your parents then. Because I know you spoke about your friends, but what was the relationship like with your parents?
Like I said, my mother was a disciplinarian. I really, growing up, it was either I was getting a lot of love, I was getting, or I was catching some heat. It was one or the other, But my mom, you don't realize how hard it is to be an adult until you are one. So so I understand now what my mom was going through, all the racism that she was experiencing. She was Black, she's a woman, and she had a Spanish accent. So, she was constantly in lawsuits and experiencing racism at her job. Sacramento County police system is very racist. At least at the time, I'm sure it still is. So there was that, but I also had the balance was my grandmother, who was just like, wise and loving. And my sister, who, was able to even out that age gap and be able to be the liaison, but a lot of times if I got in trouble, my sister got beat because she should have been watching me, that type of thing. I had a stepfather. He came right when I was about 8 years old, from 8 to 16. Nicest guy, probably the opposite of my father. My mom, after my mom and my dad's divorce, she went completely opposite. My dad, military, he was a 4th degree black belt, popular through parties, everybody loved him, big personality. And my stepfather was like this soft, big, cuddly, bear that my mom could completely run all over, So and a lot of times she did. Sometimes I remember my stepfather was out in the backyard crying one time, And I'm like 10, 11 years old, and I'm like, man, you can't put up with her like that. You got to put your foot down.
Let me show you some games, sir.
Like, dude, you might need to leave, man. You're not handling this well. Like, I understand if y'all get divorced. I understand, bro. Like, I wouldn't put up. So, that dynamic was there, but he really loved me. And he had 3 older sons that weren't around, but I think he really loved my sister and I. He was at every football game, every basketball game. He was the one that was, driving me back and forth because my mom worked nights and stuff during the day. And so there was that dynamic. The funny thing was he's Southern Baptist, so I ended up going to a Southern Baptist church. My mother's from Panama, so she's Catholic. My grandmother is Jehovah's Witness, and we all in the same house. So at a very early age, I was like, okay, I'm going to have to figure out the spirituality thing for myself because obviously nobody really knows for sure what's going on. So that was interesting. So Saturday morning, I'm laying in bed with my grandmother reading the Watchtower. Sunday morning, I'm singing in the choir, and my mom showed up at church for 1 hour because she's like, I'm not going to be in church all day. I'm coming an hour. I'm going to walk in right when they do collection. I'm going to hear the sermon. I'm going to go home. I'm in church from 8:30 to 3 o'clock. So, I'm in the choir, every church play, at some point, I actually preached one time. So it was,
wow.
Yeah. So you name it. Like I said, I was doing it.
I love that. What was the impact then? What was the impact of having your stepfather in your life? And even if it was for that amount of time, what was the impact of having him around?
One, it was the, that having that presence, I haven't really talked about Fred in a minute. It's good that when you're playing a sport, you look up in the stands, there's somebody there for you. You know what I mean? Most of the time, and a lot of times he didn't come to every game, but he at least dropped me off at the game. But most of the time, I started on a team from 5 years old. From 4th grade to senior year. And I'd say 80% of the time, nobody was in the stands. So it was good to have him drop me off. And most of the time it was me, Fred, and Twan in the back seat. It was like, all of us rolling together. But it was good to have that somebody that you could count on. And also, it's funny, my mom used him, both ways. She's like, you see how he did that? You see how he's considerate? You see how, she used him as examples, like, when you get older, that's how you need to treat a woman. When you get older, you need to do that. And also, she was also like, you see how I'm running over this man? Don't let no woman run over you like that. It costs to be the boss. It costs to be the boss. You know what I mean? It's my house. You see, he moved into my house. I ain't moving into his house. You don't let no woman do that to you. You make sure she move into your shit because it costs to be the boss. Either that or both of y'all sell your houses or rent them out and y'all buy a house together. Don't see you see how I'm running shit. Don't let no woman do that to you. So it was my mom constantly giving me game. Constantly, she was constantly giving game. And probably at an early stage when I didn't even understand it. She was teaching me about whether it was sex or relationships. Like whenever something popped into her head, she would just drop a jewel on me. Like, you may not understand it now, but don't forget it because when you get older, you're gonna need it. Mom was full of game.
I love that, and you made a good point about as a young man, when you look up into the stands, the amount of I should say what it can do for your self-esteem, your ego, you growing up as a young man, having somebody support you is huge. I don't think sometimes we talk about it enough. Right. That kind of support that you can that means a lot when you're young.
It really does.
Question for you then.
The question,
go for it. Yeah.
The one good thing though, because I was very popular in school, pretty much most popular kid in school, I had a lot of the school that had my back. There was, I knew that the school was there for me, or friends were there for me. But it's the difference between that and having your family and your parents.
Yeah.
I remember when my Aunt Isabel would come from New York to visit, she'd be like, "We're going to Walter's game. Like, what do you mean you're not gonna go to Walter's game? We're going to this game." And it's usually the games that my Aunt Isabel showed up. She maybe only showed up to 3 games in my whole life. Was like the best games I ever had. I'm doing things that I don't normally. I'm coming down the ball. Usually, I'm running the play, captain of the team, whatever. Like, I'm more of a Dennis Rodman type of player. I'm hustling. I'm doing rebounds. I'm coming down the ball court. I can hear my aunt, "Shoot the ball, Walter! Shoot the ball!" I'm shooting threes. Coach is like, "What are you doing? No, Walt, that's not the game." And then the ball goes in. He's like, "Oh, when did Walt learn how to shoot?" Like, shoot it! I think I had like 15, 16, maybe 19 points that game. Walt usually averages about 11 to 12 points. I had like 19 points that game, 9 steals, 18 rebounds.
Like, killing it.
My aunt's in the audience. I'm going ham. I'm not passing the ball. I'm shooting. So yeah, so it does make a difference. It makes a big difference. Shoot the ball, mother, shoot it! Shut up!
You know what? It's interesting. Do you feel like obviously your auntie read there and everything like that? Does that, because you were talking about when you're young, you said obviously that you developed a humor, right?
Yeah.
Is it? Often, again, I'll quote Will Smith again because he'd be dropping these gems on these books, man. But he talks about how he developed his humor because it was one of those defense mechanisms, right? To kind of appease the situation around him. Why do you think you developed such an intense humor? Because you have a really good sense of humor.
My sense of humor came from pain. Like I said, home was very serious. Some of my friends used to call me Mr. Mom because my mom always, she's like, military. I was always cleaning, and I couldn't go outside until I finished, cleaning. I'm mopping the floors with my, on my hands and knees, and my friends sometimes my friends would help me with my chores just so I could go outside and play. So from that, like I said, I went to a gifted school in elementary school, which was like isolated. So junior high, you're back in your own neighborhood. And some of the kids in my own neighborhood are like, "Who are you?" I'm like, I walked to school. Y'all took the bus to this junior high. Like, I live in this neighborhood. But because I was bused to a gifted school, when I got back to my neighborhood in junior high, all these other elementary schools funnel into it. I was different. I spoke differently. They're like, "Oh, you talk white. You're a nerd. You get good grades. You a nerd." I'm like, well, but I started on the basketball team. And so when I got back to my junior high, I was getting teased. I didn't dress. My mom was from Panama. She didn't care about designer stuff. Right?
Listen, corduroy all the way, man.
I didn't have designer shoes. I didn't have nothing designer. My clothes were coming from Kmart, Sears, and for Christmas we went to JCPenney. Ooh, we go to JCPenney. It's Christmas. So I got teased about my shoes. I told my mom, I was like, "Mom, I need Jordans." She's like, "Okay, no problem." She came home with some Jordashes. And she's like, "You go wear them." So I gotta wear these shoes to school. And they look kind of Jordan-esque. They got Jordan-isms to them, but they not Jordans. Right? They Jordashes. And the kids at school ate my ass up. They was like, "Dude, we didn't even know Jordache made shoes. Jordache is jeans." And they went off on me. I'm in the cafeteria getting eaten alive. I got tough skins on instead of Levi's. Like nothing I got is right. Like nothing I got on is right. And I remember like literally being watery eyed. Like I used to hate going to lunch. I know at lunch I'm gonna get eaten up. And like I said, I had friends and loved ones, man. I remember my friend Twan was like, "Well, he was like, 'Can you fight?" I was like, "Yeah, I can fight," because he saw like these. I used to take martial arts. I used to take Kenpo karate and stuff like that when I was in elementary school. He's like, "I saw them, karate trophies. Like, you can fight." I was like, "Yeah, I can fight." He was like, "Well, you just gonna have to fight then." Like, he's like, "When they start teasing you, just say fuck you." And he's like, "Fuck you." Just keep saying it over and over. No matter what they say to you, no matter how much people are laughing, just keep saying fuck you. And then when you get tired of saying that, say, "But you can't whoop me though. But you can't whoop me though." but you can't whoop me though. And then at some point he's gonna have to try to whoop you, and then you gotta really whoop his ass, and then people will stop you. And so and
Some strategies.
yeah, strategies. And he was like, time it though. He said, because pretty soon if you time it, everybody will join in. And I remember the first time I tried it, this dude was teasing me, and I was just like, fuck you, da 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 da, fuck you, da 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 da, fuck you, da da da. Pretty soon the rest of the cafeteria was like, fuck you, da 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 da, fuck you. So now I waiting to say, say join in for it. And then by the time we got to the you can't whoop me though, they hesitated, like, wait, can I whoop him? I think I can take him, but he's real confident in this. You can't whoop me though. And my best friend was like, karate, I wouldn't try it. So that, and a lot of times they didn't try me, but when they did try me, they caught these hands. So at that point, I said, I need to get good. I need to get good at joning on people. I need to get good at talking about people, right? And so I just started practicing your mama jokes, whatever it may be, So I just started working on your mama jokes and any type of joke that I could. I became a peer counselor. And so I had access to kids' files, like, everything about them. And I know what your mama do. I know your background. So I'm like, I'm gonna get personal. I'm gonna get personal with my jokes. And I got so good at joking on people that I'm like, I'm not gonna stop till you cry. So if anybody says anything about my shoes, my jeans, my shirt, anything, I'm gonna go in on you, and I'm not gonna stop till you cry. And it's not over today. It's gonna be every lunch until I see you tear up. Like every day at lunch, I'm gonna go in on you until I see you tear up. I'm gonna start with your shoes. I'm gonna work my way up, and then when I'm done with what you're wearing, I'm gonna go in on your mama, your sister, your family, where you live. I am gonna find that sore spot until you cry. And if you want to fight and you can't fight me, so you're gonna get frustrated because you can't fight me, because I can whoop your ass. So you can't. So all you gonna do is, then I got you. And so my sense of humor came from getting ragged on so much that I was like, I got to get good at it. I got to come back with some. I'm gonna start firing back. So between just family pain and learning how to deal with this new environment, it kept me up. Oh, here's another thing. I know I'm being long-winded.
No, you're good.
So I told you I got disciplined a lot at home. So sometimes I could crack a joke to get out of a beating. So one time my mom was beating me, and she was like, my mom was like, said, you better, like every syllable was, said, I told you not to go to school with that. Right? And she is just wearing my ass out. And she said, every time. I said, wait a minute, Mom, every's one word, Mama. Every's one word, Mama. You're supposed to be every. You can't be like ever. I was like, one hit per word. You put your shit up in the syllable, Mom. And my mom started cracking up in the middle of the beat. She's like, wait a minute, what? Wait, hold on. And she called my aunt. Isabel, listen, Walter, crazy. Walter, tell your aunt Isabel the story. So I get on the phone. Okay, Mom beat me. And she said, every. I said, wait a minute, Mama. I'm telling her the story. My aunt Isabel cracking up on the phone. Mind you, my mom still got the belt in her hand. Isabel, I'm going to call you back. She got 7 sisters, right? Isabel, I'm going to call you back. Walter, hold on. You got to tell the story to Quincy. Quincy, Walter got to tell you the story about how I was beating him. Hold on. I get on the phone. And I tell my Aunt Quincy the story. And she's like, oh, okay, that was pretty funny. Okay, bye. My mom said, hey, listen. When you told the story to Isabel, it was funny. But when you told the story to Quincy, it wasn't so funny. Listen, we still got to call Edith, Carmen, and when you tell the story, it better be funny every time. So talking about being a comedian under pressure, right? And that happened several times. So you learn how to be funny under pressure.
Oh, freaking hell. The accent's what took me out, man. The accent took me out. Man, Oh man, I'm laughing because I actually remember those days. So I remember those parents would beat us too. So I know exactly what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah,
Like when that belt comes out, you're doing all sorts of tactics to try and get out of this one, man. Do you know what I mean? Because you know what's
right,
coming. I'm telling you, you
right.
know what's coming. I want to ask a question. So obviously, because obviously you're obviously a very intelligent man. You are smart. You know you've achieved things.
Thank you.
You know, you are someone who drives for excellence. That's the kind of energy I'm getting from you. Someone who drives
Hmm.
for excellence, right? I want to know, like, obviously, you know that drive for excellence. How does it impact your relationships when you grow up as an adult? And I'm talking about romantic relationships. How does that impact?
Um, hmm. Um, I think there's positive and negative to everything, right?
Mm,
Positively, women like ambitious men, right? They want a man that's up, going after it, because that shows stability. They know that I'm a provider. They also it also demonstrates that I can take care of business, and also in the midst of chaos, I'm able to keep a clear mind. Like if there's a riot or something going on, follow me. I'm going to get us to safety.
mm,
If we're in a foreign country and something goes wrong, I'm going to figure out how to communicate. I'm going to figure out how to navigate our way back home. I'm going to get us home. Follow me. I got you. So positively, that happens. Negatively, sometimes I'll definitely say I can hold people up to a certain standard because I see potential.
mm,
And if I'm dating somebody, my mother always told me, always leave a woman better than you found her.
mm,
So if I'm dating somebody, I'm going to try to push them forward financially in their career, whatever their goals, their dreams are. I'm going to push them towards that. I'm like, let's figure out how to get, fulfill your dreams. Let's figure out
of
how to get
course.
you to from point A to point B.
Mm,
Um, Whether if it's emotionally, like, hey, let's get into therapy. What do we need to do in order to help you heal? Let me hold your hand through your healing. So I I push people the same way I push myself.
mm,
And I found that in a couple of instances, not a lot, but in several instances, some women feel like um, I'm not looking at them as good enough, and I'm like, no, you're good enough. Like I'm with you, I'm riding with you, but we both got to be moving forward together, and I want you to move forward
mm,
with me. Because if something happens to me, I want you to be able to take care of both of us. Right? I can take care of both of us now, but if something happens to me, I want you to be able to hold it down. Or if we don't work out, I don't ever want you to look at me in a negative light. If we don't work out, you're going to be like, hey, I'm a lot better person for having known Walter, having been with me, and most of the relationships that I've been in because of that, uh, when it didn't work out, either they came back and was like, you know what, you really weren't asking for a lot. I did at the time I couldn't see what you were doing, but now that maybe a year has passed or whatever, I see that wow, like he was really trying to do the best for both of us.
mm,
And, most of my exes have always tried to come back and get back with me
mm,
once they saw the vision, but in that moment they may not have seen what I was trying to do, probably because they didn't ever date a guy that tried to do that.
mm.
And because my mother was such a motivator, uh, that's kind of how I show love sometimes. It's
Yeah,
like let's what you want to be, you want to start your own company. All right, let's do it. This is what
let's
you
do
got
it.
to do. I'm going to call all my friends and we're going to push you. And what I'm saying, I'm going to get your business started or what have you. Um, like I said, that to me, that's because I care. I want you to be happy. I want you to achieve things, and sometimes that can be misconstrued.
Mm. So talk to us a little bit about your dating history. Then, obviously, I know. Obviously, you. If I'm correct, were you married? Is that
I
correct?
was married, yeah.
You was married correctly as well. Was that like your first kind of relationship, that marriage, or was that
I mean,
you
I
had some
had
other
I
conquests
had
before that?
I had high school sweethearts. You know what I mean? Let me tell you something. I've never had a problem dating. I've never. The biggest problem I had dating was like light skinned dudes went out of style in the late '80s. You know what I'm saying? It was all because of Albie Shores. Albie Shores fault. Do you want to that ruined light skinned people. Like that ruined light skin. And then of course New Jack City, like
New Jack City with
New
King.
Jack City messed it up for light skinned people. Um, but so a lot of girls I used to try to talk to, they were like, I don't talk to light skinned people. I got that a lot more. And so that was probably like the most difficult thing. Or most of the women that I talked to told me I wasn't their type. They're like, you're not my type. You're a little bit too animated, or I talk to, tall, dark chocolate guys and, whatever. I'm like, all right. But eventually I feel like to know me is to love me. And eventually I won them over. So I never really had any problem with women. I had women in high school. I had loves in high school. I had, at one point, I definitely was out there. I had a couple of girlfriends at different high schools.
Out there? What does out there mean?
I mean, just as far as like, I had like a different girlfriend. I had a girlfriend I probably had like 3 girlfriends at 3 high schools at one point when I was
at the same time, simultaneously.
Yeah, simultaneously. Yeah, I was doing my thing.
Oh, so he's a bit of a player.
I was a star athlete. I had a car. I was popular. I could write my own hall passes. I didn't even need to be at school half the time. So yeah. So I was able to do a lot. My mom worked nights, so I could,
you could be out there
I could maneuver, But I always knew, growing up watching the Cosby Show, I was like, that's the goal. I'm going to be an entrepreneur or engineer. My wife's going to be a doctor, lawyer. I'm, doctor, lawyer, engineer, entrepreneur. It's going to be Heathcliff, Claire Huxtable. We're going to have this great life with these great kids. And I felt like once I got to college, I was going to find the love of my life in college, and that's what it was. And that's what happened. So for me, everything was playing out perfectly. I was like, I'm going to get all this wild stuff out of my system. I'm going to go to college. I'm going to meet the love of my life. I'm going to settle down. And that's pretty much, like, everything was pretty much going according to plan for a while.
For a while. What does it mean for a while?
For a while, like I said, I went to college. I was an athlete in college. I, went to college on an electrical engineering scholarship.
Come on now.
Morgan State University. Met my girlfriend at the time, who ended up being my late wife. She was a biology major. She became a chiropractor. So like literally everything was going according to plan. She graduated from school. I proposed. We got married. I bought the house. Unfortunately, a year and a half later, she passed away, and everything changed at that point. So it was like I said, everything was going according to plan, and until she passed away, and then plan is the plan will change, right? So, and it was about how do I adapt to it. It was funny because in college, I went in electrical engineering major, very serious. She was a year ahead of me. She went to medical school, and she was, having problems paying all the bills. And I was like, I gotta figure out how to support her through medical school. So I started throwing parties. So I became a party promoter, and I started Warm Wednesdays, which was the longest running weekly open mic poetry venue in the country. I built it up to this thing. Then Love Jones came out, it exploded. It was a different concept, as far as spoken word was concerned. And, we had the world's best spoken word artists, moving to Baltimore to be closer to Warm Wednesdays, like your Lamar Hills and your Talam Aces. Rebecca Dupas ended up co-hosting with me along with Love the Poet. So we had world-renowned people. I ended up, throwing concerts for neo soul artists, Heather Headley, Vivian Green, Music Soul Child, Jill Scott. Like I'm in the neo soul poetry scene.
Come on now.
And while she's away at medical school, all she knows is I'm sending her money. I'm helping her, and she comes back from medical school, and I'm Mr. Popular. She's like, what happened to the nerd? What happened to the guy that was electrical engineering major? I done dropped out. I'm working full time. I'm throwing parties. I'm like, hey, I had to do what I had to do. I'm hustling. I had to do what I had to do to help get you through medical school. And she was like, this is not what, when she got back from medical school, she was like, this is not what I expected. But I really started the open mic because I was songwriting and I wanted to see if anybody liked my songs other than me. So
Wait, did you say you dropped out?
Say what? Yeah, I dropped out.
So you dropped out?
I dropped out, man.
Wait, you dropped out for a girl?
Yeah.
What? After all that your mom told you?
After all that my mom told me.
What?
No regret.
What made you make that? I know, obviously, that fact that she was going through that, but what was the driving factors that makes you then drop out to do what you're doing? Because there's no guarantee this was going to work.
No, but we had love of my life, and we soulmate, and we had an agreement. I was like, I'm going to get you through medical school, and when you graduate, you're going to take care of me for 5 years while I pursue my goals and dreams. And done deal. She never lied to me. She never went back. There's no reason for me not to believe that. To me, there was work. Not working out was not an option for me. This is the person I'm going to grow old with. We're going to have kids with. We're going to die together. You know what I'm saying? That was there was no doubt in my mind that was the case. So, I didn't think like, what if it doesn't work out was not even in my mind. This is going to work out. We're going to do whatever we got to do to make it work. And she was on the same page as I was. So.
Ooh, that's a lot of sacrifice there, sir.
That's it. I'm a sacrifice to help you fulfill your dreams. That's the person I was, right? The person that I am. I'll sacrifice to help you fulfill your dreams. As long as you're willing to make the same sacrifice for me, we can make it happen. We can make it work. Instead, I was raised by women, so I feel like I can, you know what I mean? I feel like I know when something's really real. And that was real.
So obviously you drop out, you've helped her with the medical bills, everything like you think life is going to go the way it does. It doesn't go the way that you expected.
Right.
How do you, because you spoke a little bit about this on the show in terms of, having to go for a recovery period of time. How do you manage to go through that journey, because you're losing the loved one, the person you love, who you've painted this picture in your mind that this is going to be, we're going to make it, you know what I'm saying? We're going to do great things. How does a man recover from that situation? Because I think we often hear other perspectives, but I would love to hear from your perspective, that journey.
It was difficult. It took me about 3 years to really get through it. For me, it was about staying in a constant state of gratitude. I was happy that not everybody finds their soulmate. So I was like, I can't be mad. At least I found my soulmate. At least, I found my soulmate once. I think that lightning can strike twice. But some people never find that. Some people never get married. I'm thankful that I got married. Thankful that the wedding was beautiful. Everybody loved our relationship. Everybody was envious of our relationship. So I just stayed in that constant state of gratitude. I would, like I said, coming from the way I was in high school, right, to making that transition to trying to be a good guy, right? Her love for me is what willed me, and my love for her is what made me. I willed myself to be a better person because at the time I didn't feel like I deserved her, and I was like, if I don't get my shit together, I'm gonna lose her. So I have to get my shit together. I have to be a better guy. I have to be, I have to cut women back. I have to be able to, hold it down and be faithful or whatever it may be. I have to figure out, I have to be more ambitious. She's going to medical school. She's not going to want to be with a bum. I got to do what I got to do in order to stay with her and be the person, not only that I think that she deserves, but the person I thought I would be myself as a man. And so I was thankful for that. I'm like, had I not loved her to that capacity, then I wouldn't have willed myself to be a better person. So I had to just constantly just find things that I was thankful for. And instead of being like, oh, if I would have, could have, should have, people like, man, Walter, you're such a good person. That shouldn't have happened to you. I'm like, well, why not? Things happen to, good people. It's more about, life is 10% what happens and 90% how you respond to it. And like I said, I had the poetry venue at the time. And I remember when she died, I went to Warm Wednesdays because I didn't know where else to go. That was the place that, people went to vent and deal with life through art. And I remember people were looking at me like, what are you doing here? Your wife just died, And I was like, I really don't know what else to do with myself, And I remember getting on stage and talking about what I was going through. And about 3 months later, one of the poets that was, he was a little different than the rest of the poets. Like he's a little different. I think his name was, well, he went by Peace. I don't know what his real name. I only knew him as Peace. I bumped into him on the street, and he told me, he was like, the day that Warm Wednesdays, he said I was gonna kill myself. He said I had a list of things that I was gonna do. I was gonna, do this, see these people, whatever. And the last thing I wanted to do was perform on stage, and then I was gonna commit suicide. And he said he saw me on stage talking about what I was going through. And like I said, I used comedy sometimes to get through my pain. So he was like, the way that I was dealing with it, he was like, I couldn't believe that you were, here talking about it, trying to make other people not feel bad for you, trying to soften the blow, even though that you were, hurting inside. And he said, it made him realize that what he was going through probably wasn't that bad, and he could deal with it differently, and he didn't die. So at that point, I'm like, wow, like I have to be cognizant of how I deal with any situation in my life, because there's people who are watching, and I can be an example. Maybe that's why, like, say everything happens for a reason. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why, it happened, because, that happened. My wife died, but I saved a life. You know what I mean? I saved his life, and who knows what he's doing now, or if he's, who knows? But, and I started thinking that way, like, all right, I always have to be an example. I always have to figure out how to deal with things. I don't think that God or the universe or whatever you believe in gives you anything that you can't handle, right? And I feel like everything that I've been through in my life prepares me for the moment that I'm in. So I'm never really nervous about any moment that I'm in, because I'm like, everything, I start going through the gratitude. I don't care if it's good times, bad times. I start being thankful for everything that I've went through in my life. And that relieves me of any anxiety for any moment that I'm in. And there was one point I was dating a girl named Monica, and I don't know what happened. We had a great night that night. Her eyes rolled back in the back of her head, and she collapsed. And I'm doing CPR on her, and she started to urinate on herself. Right, she started peeing on herself. And I've seen enough people die that I know, her heart's not beating, she's not breathing. I'm like, oh, she's gone, right? I'm like, she is. I know what it looks like when somebody dies. And I remember in that moment, and this is after my wife died. This is a girl that I was really looking toward, like, I'll marry this girl, like. And I remember just saying, I remember looking up at the ceiling. We was in the kitchen at the time, and just saying, God, I can't handle it. And she woke up. And I was like, what the fuck? And she was like, I gotta take a shit. And she went to the bathroom. Because when you die, you pick the shit on yourself, right? She woke up, I gotta take a shit. She went to the bathroom. I called 911. The ambulance came. They kept her overnight to monitor her. And they were like, yo, like, nothing's wrong with her. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, she died. And when I talked to her about it, she was like, she said she could feel her spirit leave her body. And she was like, she said her back was like to the ceiling, and she was looking down on me, doing CPR on her. And she said she heard me say, I can't handle it. And somehow her spirit got sucked back into her body. So when I say, I don't think that, God, the universe gives you anything that you can't handle. I'm serious though. The only thing that affected me with that was, I was like, why didn't I say that prayer in other situations, whether it was my mom, my late wife, you know what I'm saying? So we have more power than we know we have. It's just a matter of, how do we tap into it? And I think that maybe in other situations, my prayers were like, it was a different prayer. It was like, God, either save her or take her, but don't make her suffer so much. And this prayer was like, yo, I can't handle this. Like I said, that was a difference maker.
Whew. Let me take a second. God damn. Thank you very much, Walter. Oh, well, you have me at tears and have me at tears to laugh at the end.
I've lived many lives, man. I wish I could really tell you all the different things I've done, whether it's like I said, but yeah, I've been, my perspective on religion and spirituality and a lot of things has grown from my experiences, because those experiences what made me delve deeper into like metaphysics and quantum physics and things of that nature when it comes to and studying different religions and philosophies, because I wanted to know more. I wanted to be able to tap into that and understand, how powerful we are as human beings or as spirits having a human experience.
Okay, so let me ask a question. Obviously, unfortunately, your wife passed. You've also dated Monica, and she almost passed as well. What time after Monica? What time is that? What time is that in your life? What year would that be roughly?
So my wife passed in 2003.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me about 3 years to get over that. So I'd say Monica was probably around 2006. And that was right around the time that my mom got sick. So right around the time I had to start taking care of my mom. So yeah, right around that.
How long did you have to look after your mom for then?
3 years.
Okay. So we're now at 2009. So you're going for a lot.
Yeah, my mom passed away in 2009. Most of the women that I should say the women that I really felt like I loved, most of the women that I really loved. It sounds so sad. I hate
it's okay.
I feel like they portrayed me as like, oh, this, but my mom died in my arms, my wife died in my arms. You know what I mean? My grandmother, like, I was there, and so it's like I understand that. When I think about certain things, I'm like, well, I wouldn't want anybody else to go through that pain. I'm okay taking that burden. I can handle it. Like I said, the universe is not going to give me anything that I can't handle. If I have to be that person that has the perspective in order to be able to deal with it and heal from it and move on, maybe they wouldn't have been able to handle it as well. Or I just wouldn't want somebody that I really love to feel, I don't want anybody that I love to feel any pain. So if I can protect that person from that pain, then it's fine. With my mom, she had ALS. And I remember when she was going through it, I'm not sure if you're familiar with ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, whatever. Same thing as Stephen Hawking, in the chair. I remember I was like, how are you happy, Mom? Like, how are you laughing and joking? I don't get it. I'm like, shoot me, like, put me out of my misery. And she was like, I'm happy that you're taking care of me and that you didn't put me in a nursing home. And I was like, okay. And she was like, if there's anybody who I want to wipe my ass, it's you. And she said the only thing that made her sad is because, I'm like 33 years old. I'm in my 30s. And she's like, you're in the prime of your life and you're not really out there dating like that. You are spending the majority of your time taking care of me. And she like, that makes me sad. And I told her, I was like, Mom, the once a man, twice a child. There was a time in your life that you weren't going out, you weren't dating because you was taking care of me. You was wiping my ass, right? So now, I'm just reciprocating. I'm just returning that, that love that I'm not even tripping about dating and going out and doing all that. This is my time to take care of you. And so I didn't, it didn't affect me that much. I was happy to have the time. Like I said, I try to stay in a constant state of gratitude. I was happy to have that time with my mom and show her, that because when growing up, like I said, it was kind of disciplinarian, right? So we weren't really, when she showed, it was either she was showing me a lot of affection or I was or catching a beating, or I was trying to avoid her completely because I did not want to catch a beating or, or get into an argument. So for me, it was a great time to show her, how much I cared, how much I appreciated her, as well as hear all the stories, because we had that time. I got to hear about her childhood, teenage years, middle age. I got to hear about my father. I got to hear about all the stories, and there was closure. There was closure. So when she passed, I administered the morphine. She got to a point where she couldn't breathe, and she was like, like give it to me, like let me go easy. So yeah.
Oh, give me a minute, man, bro. Give me a minute. But whew.
Yeah, because when the ambulance came, they were like, I was doing CPR on my mom. The ambulance came, the EMTs or whatever, and we had to do not resuscitate. But she was like, I don't want to be trached. She was like, if I can't talk, if I can't complain, if I can't complain, I don't want to live. And so the ambulance came. They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm trying to bring her back. I'm trying to keep her alive. And they were like, yo, there's a do not resuscitate. We can't help you. And so, I was doing CPR for about 45 minutes. And she was like, all right, like, I'm okay with it.
Mm. But I've been doing this for 2 years. I ain't shed a tear yet, but this is the first time I'm shedding tears because
it's yeah. So
brother, you got me. All right, you got me. Bro. Whew.
yeah. So yeah. So like I said, my friends, the people that are close to me know what I've been through. They know the story. So when they they know.
How? So if you go through all of that, how do you continue, bro? I know that obviously your mom taught you to be strong. I know all that kind of stuff, but bro, you have suffered, bro. And I know people will say like other people suffer more, but I don't care about that. It's
Right.
your world and it's your life. How do you continue after that, bro? How do you continue that?
You live life with a sense of urgency.
Mm.
You understand how mortal you are, and you say, you know what, I'm about to do whatever I want to do. After my mom passed away, I ended up, like I said, I was hosting the open mic poetry, and I was like, all right, what dreams do I have? I've always wanted to do comedy. I've always wanted to box. I've always wanted to, and I just started traveling, and I ended up on tour doing, comedy with a erotic poetry show, right? And so, shout out to Ainsley Burroughs. Regardless of the, how things ended with the show, and I wouldn't say it ended on a bad note. It just kind of faded away in a weird way. But being on tour, 156 shows a year, cracking dirty jokes, right? Pretty much, keeping audiences laughing. That was probably one of the best 5 years of my life, being on that tour. Of course, my friend Israel the poet, who also was a part of the show at the time, he started his own one, and I started hosting that show as well. And afterwards, but yeah, it was just about, like I said, living life with a sense of urgency. Anything that I wanted to do, I just started saying yes to. I was like, any dream that I had, I went after it. And a lot of it, I was able to do a lot of it because my mom had a little bit of life insurance money, and she left me. I remember saying, all right, I'm going to go after all these dreams. But the money gets to a certain point, I'm going to have to go back to corporate. But it was really that, when I did fall in love with people, I loved hard. I just, because I knew that tomorrow's not promised. And so it was like, if you're going to live, well, like live, like don't work. Don't live for work to live. So it's just changed my perspective on how I want to pursue the rest of my life. And
Walter, your sound is gone a little bit.
Oh, but yeah.
No, your sound. I think your sound actually went out. It's like you're underwater. Sometimes it happens. You might want to log out and come back in. Sometimes it does that. You'll find it if I
need to. You want me to?
Yeah, if you just click leave studio and then come back in, it'll find. Just click back on the link. Yeah, it should be alright.
See, where is that?
Yeah. Woo! Today y'all be hitting me up today. Woo! But all right. Go for it. I say one.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, 1 2 1 2. Just say 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, you're good. You're back in, bro.
All right, good deal.
Yeah.
So
Whew.
yeah, so yeah, I just whether it was comedy, acting, singing, songwriting, boxing, I just went after snowboarding. I started snowboarding. Snowboarding definitely helps me clear my mind and remind me about life lessons. Boxing clears my mind, reminds me a lot about life. I think that you know uh, physical health is directly related to mental health. The same uh, the same pills they give you are a synthetic version of what your body naturally creates when you exercise. So a lot of my pain and frustration, I took out on the bags, when I was boxing, and that mental toughness that it takes for you to say, run an extra mile. That mental toughness that takes you, don't stop hitting the bag till the bell rings. You know, um, crank out these 300 crunches or whatever it may be, right? And don't stop, no matter how much it hurts. That same mental coaching, you hearing your voice in your head is the same mental toughness that says, get up out of bed, no matter how depressed you're feeling, no matter how sad you are. You have that voice in your head, like, get up, go do it. Even if you don't feel like doing it, go do it. So it's that constant coaching that working out can give you, that you can translate into life. So if you are feeling depressed and you don't feel like going out, if you don't do nothing else, or you don't feel like working, or you can't focus on work, if you don't do nothing else, work out, and that'll help you develop that muscle again to move forward. Because I think a lot of times, accomplishments can help you get out of certain ruts. And if that accomplishment is just, hey, I got that workout in the day, you can do that.
Dopamine
So,
gets spread.
yeah, exactly. But it's about exercising that mental muscle that pushes you in order for you to move forward, no matter how you feel. So, yeah. So boxing definitely saved me.
So then you have almost a decade of time. So I'm guessing you're dating in between this decade, right?
Yeah.
Before you get onto Ready to Love.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to join Ready to Love? Because, like I said, you're a handsome guy. You're accomplished. You know what I'm saying? When you smile, the place lights up, sir. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, you seem like you want to treat women correctly and rightly. So why does Walter end up on Ready to Love when you're not short of women anyway?
I ended up on Ready to Love. I was in a relationship for about 3 years, and it was probably it was an emotional roller coaster. The only relationship that I ever was in that was like up and down, up and down, up and down. Most of my relationships are just smooth and steady. And so after that relationship, I had to do a little bit of soul searching, like, all right, Walt, what are you going through? But I was also thankful. Like I said, I was trying to be in this constant state of gratitude. I was thankful because I really loved her, and there was a gap, because I went on tour doing comedy, right? I went on tour doing the show. And let me clear that up. Since we're talking, since I brought that up, people talk about Walt throwing sex parties. Come on now.
Were you throwing sex parties?
No, it was not sex parties. It was
sex party.
Poetry. It's spoken word. It's an erotic. It's a high energy pop erotica event. It's poetry. It's singing. It's BDSM demonstrations. That part was there. So when I said 50 Shades of the Light Skin, I wasn't necessarily doing the BDSM demonstrations, but I picked up a thing or two. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, let me add that to my repertoire just in case I need to use it, right? But the show is it's erotic poetry. It's a spoken word. It's a fun adult show. We have a lot of audience participation. We bring people out the crowd. We have the crowd go. It's like, people are up in their seats. They're partying. They're dancing in between acts. I'm cracking jokes in between every act. That's what it is. And people that have lied about it know that's what it was. So for them to come and say, Walt does sex parties. Oh, Walt's throwing orgies. He's an old orgy party throwing. What? Come on now. So if you know what it really is, why are you going to put some stuff out there that's going to make, the internet start trolling? Oh, I knew he wasn't shit. He nasty ass. That. You know it wasn't no sex parties. You know it wasn't. The show was called The Sex Show, S.E.XXX, sexual erotic expression, right? You gonna turn it into something else. I saw a couple of people comment before. It was like, oh, I've been to that show. It's fun. It was, they know it's a fun experience. If you come with your girlfriends, you're gonna have a ball. If you come with your wife or whatever significant other, y'all gonna have a ball. You may open up your mind. Y'all gonna end up doing something freaky later on at night because the show is sex based, but it's not a sex show. Okay, let's get that cleared up because I'm tired of people out there lying. Stop lying. Like, come on. Anyway, and you know you lying. So, I forgot where I was about to go. What was the question again? Because I
talking about getting ready for Ready to Love.
Points that I wanted to address. You know, you hear people out here talking, making up these lies. I'm like, yo, you lying on me? Come on, man. So
you were talking about going. Why you went on to Ready to Love? I was saying to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that 5-year time, you know, I really wasn't settling down, right? Because I was on tour. I'm from Toronto to Fresno, right? And I really wanted to. I was like, this may not be conducive to finding, you know, the type of woman that I want or what have you. So I ended up in the relationship that I was in, and that relationship reminded me that I could fall in love again. Because before, there was always women that loved me. There were women that were like, Walter, I'm in love with you. I'm in love with you. But I think you're a great girl, but, you know, you have all the check boxes and you know, I care about you. I love you too, but I'm not in love. And I'm a romantic. I wanted to be in love. So my last relationship renewed my faith that I could fall in love again after like an 8-year span of not really falling in love. And so I was like, okay, well, you know, the good part of that relationship, what I can take from that relationship is that I do have the capacity to fall in love again. So I'm ready to do that again. Just let me take a year, you know, a few months to heal, and then I'll be ready to do it. But then also COVID hits, right? So you're inside, you're not dating, you're masked up. And so I was saying no a lot. I was saying no to everything. I was like, Walt, we want to go out? No. Hey, Walt, no, I'm chilling. I'm at the crib, you know. And I decided that I wanted to start saying yes to everything. And I remember actually saying, you know, I'm going to start saying yes. And about a month later, I got a phone call from a friend of mine like, hey, Walt, this show's coming to DC. I think you should be on it. And I was like, reality TV? No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing reality TV. I like all the guys end up looking corny. Like the guys on reality TV shows are corny. I'm like, yeah, it's drama. I'm like, I'm not trying to be a part of any drama. I don't want to be a part of any ratchetry. Like, no, it's Oprah Winfrey. Well, it's not gonna be no drama, no. I'm like, oh, I don't know. Well, it's Oprah. Okay. Tell me about it. And so he was like, well, let me give, you know, the casting agents or whatever a call and tell them about you. All right. So I get a phone call from the casting agent, like, I heard you want to be on the show. I'm like, no, it's not what you heard. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be on the show, but if you want to tell me about it, then, you know, I'll listen. They tell me, like, have you seen the show? I haven't seen the show. I still haven't watched the full season of any show except this one. And they're like, well, go watch the season. I saw about 3 or 4 episodes of the first season in Atlanta, and about four episodes of Houston. I was like, it looks legitimate. You know, looks legit. Doesn't look ratchet. It's grown, sexy. It's adult. All right. I was like, all right, tell me more. And so, you know, and I'm going through the process. And I remember there was a good, you know, the first 3 or 4 phone calls. I was like, no, I don't know if I want to be on it. And of course, I'm talking to them the same way I'm talking to you. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? And I think because I didn't care about being on the show, and I told them, I was like, if I come on the show, I'm going to be myself. I'm not going to try to be cool. I'm not going to try to be anything, you know, portray like some image of who I am. You're going to get Walter on the couch. I'm not going to give you corporate Walter where I, you know, talk all properly and try to be smooth. You know, I'm not giving you none of that. I'm like, you're going to get the real me. And if I'm going to do it, I want to do it with an open mind and an open heart. I want to be as genuine as possible. Like, if I'm going to, because at the end of the day, I still got to go back and live my life with my friends and family. And if my friends and family, when they see me, I need them to say, that's Walt. that's who he is. You know what I mean? I don't want people to be like, oh, he was faking for television, blah, blah, blah. None of that. It was like, Walt was himself. He kept it 100. He was real. And, unfortunately, I will say, a lot of things got edited out. So I didn't feel like they showed a lot of my personality, but, it is what it is. They're going to do it once you sign the paperwork, they're going to take the footage and do whatever they want to do. So there's nothing that I didn't say, but there's a lot that I did say that I don't think a lot of people saw. But yeah, that's what made me do it. I was bored and I was ready. I needed something. There's that, I don't know if it's a parable or what do you call it, or a fable or whatever it is. There's that saying or story that there's a guy drowning in the ocean. He asks God to save him. And a boat comes, like, no, I'm waiting for God. And then a guy comes back in a rowboat, like, no, I'm waiting for God. And somebody else throws him a life preserver. He's like, I'm waiting for God. He drowns. He goes to heaven. He's like, God, why didn't you save me? He's like, dude, I sent you a boat. I sent you a raft. I threw a life preserver at you, And so when I said I was going to start saying yes, and I got that phone call and I said no, and then I got the phone call again, I said no again. I'm like, one, how many times are you going to get a second phone call from an opportunity like this, right? Mm. I just said I was ready to start dating and being in relationships again. Walter, is this God, is this the universe saying, dude, I'm sending you a boat? You said no. I'm sending you a raft. You said no. Like, don't say no this third time. You better say yes, because if not, you may never get this opportunity. This may be what you've been asking for. This may be the opportunity that you find love. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I gave it a shot, man.
Okay, I'm rock with that. They want to know the ex that came on the show. Was that actually your ex? Before I continue.
Okay, and I can send you a photo of what we looked like 15 years ago. All right, So we dated. Okay. I wouldn't say that, we dated. I helped her build her business. She is actually a very accomplished nail technician. She does like all the Instagram models. She does all the video, vixens. She's a celebrity nail tech. So her nails and everything, that's part of her brand. That's huge. She's went viral. She has viral videos of her. I think she had like some hot sauce glued to some nails. She put hot sauce on chicken, like, right? So that's part of her brand. They Want the D is part of her brand. And so, I gave the producers several people to contact weeks in advance. Most of my exes don't live in Maryland, don't live in DC area. They have moved from this area to LA, to Atlanta, to Miami, wherever and the ones that are still here are married with kids. So it was, I don't feel like they didn't contact them in enough time. One, to fly them out, bring them on the show. They got to get COVID tested. They need a glam squad. You just can't bring a woman on television tomorrow, right? And so, unfortunately, that part kind of, they dropped the ball on that one. However, Denise is a close friend of mine to this day. Like I said, we dated for a couple of years. She wanted to get more serious. I wasn't ready to get serious with her at the time. Of course, we fell out because of it. A couple of years later, she called, she hit me up and was like, Walt, if it wasn't for you, my business wouldn't be where it's at. I wouldn't have moved to Atlanta. I wouldn't be doing all the celebrity stuff. Like, you put me in contact. You gave me the strategy and business strategy to build this business to where it was. There's no way I can be mad at you, And like I said, that's part of, what I'm in a relationship with somebody. That's what I'm bringing to the table. Sometimes people don't realize that in the moment, but they realize it later. And so after that, we stayed tight ever since. Like, that's the homie. And so,
fair enough.
When people were dragging her, I'm like, don't drag her. Like, she flew out like within like hours notice. It wasn't like she had time to, do anything to get herself together. She was like, I called her Thursday night at like 11 o'clock. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Friday, she's on a plane. Like, she didn't have time to do nothing. So don't drag her. The girl is fantastic and amazing at what she does. obviously she knows how to read people. She read people correctly. So that's, she brought that value to the table,
So she
and
read
she
it
looks out for
correctly.
you. So, you know,
Did you agree with her reading?
I do.
We'll address that later on.
We
Fantastic.
can.
Okay.
So yeah, don't drag her. If anything, if you in Atlanta, you go get your nails done by her. If anything, they want the D. Look it up. That girl's a sweet. She's a sweet girl. She's a great person. She has
Quick
a
question:
big heart.
Why did you invite her if she was 15 years ago and not someone more recent? Sorry.
Like I said, the relationship that I had with my most recent ex was real up and down, and
Okay,
I
fair
didn't
enough.
want to. I wasn't trying to, see her at that time. Um, and the other exes that I talked to, like, boy, I got a husband and a kid and kids.
Oh,
I'm not about to come on that show. And
fair
I forgot
enough.
there was a movie about a guy that every time he dates a girl, like the next guy she meets, she marries. When I say most of the time when I date a girl, like the next guy she meets, she marries, I swear to God, it usually happens. So the other girls that I talked to, they were like, I got a husband and kids now. I'm not about to come on a reality TV show and,
I get it.
analyze your next girl. And some of them still, may have had some feelings left, or some of them were out the country. I mean, I shouldn't say some of them. One of them was out the country because I asked Monica to come. I think Monica was out the country. She's in Europe. You know, she travels the world. So it was. She was like, well, if you gave me some notice, I'd have been. They just didn't have enough. The most recent ones didn't have enough notice.
No time. I
And
get you.
the two ones that were local, I was like, no, I don't want them.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so you're on the show now, yeah? So you're on the show, you're on Ready to Love, you've chosen to come on the show now. We see that, you connect with Sabrina. Connect with Mumen In as well. Was there anyone else that you connected with on the show?
I connected with Shiloh and Tasia.
Why did
Those
those
are the other
two
two.
not progress that we got to? Oh, at least we didn't get to see that. What was kind of progression
Yeah,
like with those two?
I had dates. I had dates with both of them, and the dates that I had with Shiloh and Tasia never made it to air. Tasia and I went to like a soul food restaurant. We was getting our grub on. Had great conversation, laugh, joke. Like Tasia's cool as hell. And I mentioned that at the reunion. I was like, come on now, like everybody knows Tasia's cool.
Yeah.
You're gonna enjoy your company. You're gonna have fun. She's about her business. So there's that. And the date that I had with Shiloh was in an orchard. We picked berries. I saved her from like a poisonous spider. We ended up having champagne. It was nice. It was cool. It was a great date. And I think there was a couple other dates. There was like a date that we had at like a go-kart racing. And there's about 4 or 5 dates that I had. Shiloh, Tasia, a couple with Sabrina that never made it to air.
Okay, so obviously it didn't make it to air, but why did the connection between those two not go as far as maybe Mumen and Sabrina then? What happened?
With Tasia, it was just that I had more of a connection with Sabrina and Mumen. And at one point, especially during deliberations, Tommy was like, all right, well, you need to start narrowing this thing down and make decisions. It's not about who you're cool with. Because, I remember asking, like, am I supposed to fall in love on the show, or am I supposed to just find somebody that I want to continue dating in order to see if it'll turn into love? And they're like, we don't expect you to fall in love like right now, Walt, but you should end up with somebody that you want to date long term and possibly it'll turn in. But if you guys, you should have this. It's about the potential. You're not expected to fall in love on the show. And I was like, okay, now if you fall in love on the show, great. Some people do. So I was like, all right, cool. So that pressure was off. So with Tasia, it was really like Tommy was like, listen, you need to narrow this thing down and make a decision. And you can't sit here and have 4 connections. You know what I mean? Even though some people went in with multiple connections towards the end, they rode the wave. I wanted to be more decisive and intentional. So unfortunately, I really didn't get a chance to continue to connect with Tasia. But Tasia, I remember even at the first day, like when she was on the bottom, like at the mansion, I called Tasia that night. I was like, hey, girl, get your head up. Like, you bad. Like, don't let them see you sweat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Come back to on the dates tomorrow or whatever we're going to do it, and show them how great you are. And you know, from that point on, I mean, Tasia was like, I was like, that's Tasia's like a great person. And with Shiloh, I was able to talk to Shiloh. She was the one woman on the show that I felt like I could really talk to. And if I told her something, it wouldn't get back to me. It wouldn't be used against me. It wouldn't be used against somebody else that I liked, right? It wouldn't be thrown in some other woman's face, whatever I told her. So Shiloh, I feel like Shiloh gave me a safe space to talk. Also, Shiloh called me. Shiloh would call and check on me, like, how are you mentally? Are you frustrated? Are you exhausted? I know that you're doing a lot of work. I know. So Shiloh reached out to me, and so me and Shiloh talked all the time. The reason why, and we had a great date. We had a great connection. But the reason why I didn't pursue Shiloh is I also saw how vulnerable and fragile she was, you know, emotionally at times. And I was like, she doesn't need it unless I'm going to choose her. And it be and I know for sure that this is going to be a long-term thing. I don't want to play with her emotions.
Okay.
You know, her vulnerability. I'll say this: I feel like she still has healing to do, but who doesn't, right? And her vulnerability, and that fragility, also creates a space that makes you feel comfortable being vulnerable around her and talking to her. And so it's like. You know, I feel like the reason why she became an intimacy coach was probably to help herself. And I can understand that because when I started coaching boxing, I became a better boxer. When I started teaching, I became a better boxer, right? Yeah. And so I feel like, you know, that was probably a part of her healing process. And so, yeah, so I decided, I can't even say I decided. I could say I decided or we decided, hey, listen, let's just be friends. You know what I mean? Let's just be good friends because I need a safe space. I need a safe space in this process. The process is stressful. The process is jive toxic at times, you know what I mean? If not the majority of the time. So Shiloh became my safe space. And that eventually turned into some drama later on. When things played out, we can talk about that too.
Yeah, I mean,
or if you want me to go straight into it, I can go straight.
Listen, we can go straight into it. I mean, I was going to ask anyway, but since you're already there, sir, please go ahead. You know what I mean? Because we did hear that obviously there was some drama that happened. We wasn't sure who the drama was with and where it was coming from. I know there was drama all over the place, but we weren't sure.
There was drama all over the place, man.
It was bombs everywhere.
All over the place. Bombs. So like we can get into it, whatever you want to get into. Bro.
We ready now, sir? Listen, whilst you're already here on the Shiloh issue, you can go ahead and progress in a linear manner.
Okay, so and this ended up coming further down the line. Yeah. So there was a rumor that Shiloh and I were intimate, that we had sex, and it wasn't true. And I don't know who started the rumor. I don't know how it got started. I don't think it came from her. Showing up didn't come from me because it didn't happen, right? But somehow there was a rumor that it was like, well, why were they so close? And, you know, at first they were interested in each other. She was in his top 3. And then all of a sudden they just became friends. So they must have had sex and decided just to be friends. That was the rumor. We had sex and just decided to be friends. And I'm like, who is going around starting these lies? And of course, that lie got to Sabrina, right? So she started acting different. You know, but didn't address it with me, right? So when Shiloh tells me the story about what happened with her and Phil, because Shiloh and I talk all the time, because she calls me, I call her back, right? So she tells me what happened with Phil, and I'm like, listen, you just need to, like, you know, calm down. I don't think there's really a need to blow this thing up. Maybe you just like self-eliminate, you know, focus on somebody else, or, you know, whatever it may be. You know, but I was like, whatever you decide, I support you. And she was like, okay. She's like, well, I haven't decided if I'm going to talk about it or if I'm just going to leave, you know what I'm saying, or what she's going to do. I was like, all right. She's like, well, because I haven't decided what I'm going to do, don't tell nobody that you know. And I'm like, all right. And I'm like, well, what do you want? I was like, don't tell nobody. She's like, if anybody asks you, say that you don't know, because I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I'm like, all right, if somebody asks me, I'm going to say, I don't know. She's like, all right, cool. I was like, I got you. Your secret's safe with me. So that's the same day that I was meeting Sabrina's cousin on the Zoom chat. So I do that, and we have this conversation while I'm outside in the car waiting to go in. So I go in, we do the Zoom chat, whatever. I don't know if it was the same day or a couple of days later. You know, I actually talked to Phil like maybe the next day as well. Me and Phil had a conversation in the parking lot where he told me his side. And so Sabrina asked me, hey, you heard about what happened with Shiloh and Phil? And I was like, I don't know. She made me promise to say, I don't know, right? So I'm like, okay, like, no, I don't know, because I don't know what Shiloh has told everybody. Mm-hmm. She told me that she didn't know what she was going to say. So if anybody asked me, I don't know. So I'm like, no, I don't know, because I don't know what she told everybody, right? Oh, you know, I can't tell you what happened in deliberation, but the whole deliberation was just her, you know, spilling the beans. I'm like, real. Okay. Like, what did she say? Because I don't know what she said everything. Okay. All right. Wow. You know, okay. So that was that. Later that night, I guess Shiloh and Sabrina have a conversation, and Shiloh's like, yeah, well, I told Walt, he's the first person I called. I'm like, so now Sabrina like, you a liar? You a liar? I'm like, oh, God damn. I'm like, I'm not a liar. I am keeping a promise to a friend. Actually, you should look at me like, wow, you can hold a good, if you told me a secret, I'd keep it. You know what I'm saying? I haven't lied about myself, who I am. I haven't lied to you about anything. What I said, I don't know, ain't got nothing to do with us. It ain't got nothing to do with you. It's me keeping a secret for a friend. So with the rumor about me having sex with Shiloh that she never addressed with me, now she feels like I'm keeping a secret from her about Shiloh. So now she think I got loyalty to Shiloh and the rumor must be true or whatever may be. Now she really acting funny, right? So I'm just like, Jesus. I'm like, Shiloh threw me underneath the bus, yo. You know what I mean? And so Sabrina was like, you could have said, you know, but you don't feel comfortable telling me. And I'm like, do you see how you acting right now? Like, do you think that you would have let me say, you know, well, Shiloh did talk to me, but I don't feel comfortable telling you? Like, oh, so you being loyal to this bitch? She ain't gonna tell you. You think the discussion was gonna really, you know, Sabrina, you think the discussion was really gonna end there? If I'd have been like, I'm not gonna tell you, that would have been a whole different type of argument. So I was like, you know, and then so I was like, look, it's really not that big of a deal. Boom. Then she blew up. How can you say that you lying to me is not that big of a deal?
I get you.
I'm like, are you not listening to what I'm saying? She told me in confidence.
Yeah, you can't be telling people that. Yeah.
Right? She told me in confidence. She told me if anybody asks, say, I don't know. So now I'm a liar. Now I'm having, you know, and everything else is like, and I'm just like, listen, all right, I'm gonna sit here and want to argue about something that should not be a deal breaker type situation. I was like, well, tell me, how do you want me to handle the situation next time? She was like, well, next time if anything happens, you need to tell me that you know, but you don't feel comfortable telling me. And I was like, all right, so if it ever happens again, I'll tell you that I know, but I don't feel comfortable telling you. Are we cool now? She was like, all right, we're cool. I was like, but this whole you a liar thing, I'm like, come on now, you're taking it too far. That's really not what it was, you know? But in her mind, he a liar now. I'm like,
you can't win either way.
I can't win either way, right?
Win either way.
And I feel like, you know, everybody has past emotional trauma. Everybody has triggers. And I feel like that possibly was a trigger for her, you know, so I was like, you know, what can I do? And I, you know, in my mind, I said it, but I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to, in the next situation, be like, well, I know, but I ain't going to tell you. So I was like, all right, whatever. So
I ain't gonna lie to you, I'd have done the exact same thing. If anyone wants to shoot you, they should shoot me too, because that's how I roll. If you told me to hold a secret, why the heck am I gonna try and tell someone? Well, they told me a secret, I ain't gonna tell you though. That don't make no sense. Why would I do that?
Exactly.
Some of you don't know the whole
Exactly.
secrets. You know, I've seen some of the guys in the chat. Some of you lot are suspect. I'll never let you lot know a secret because you got here and chat nonsense.
Right.
What?
And so mind you, that was like in the last couple of weeks when I met her cousin, right? That was like not long before she met my sister and my aunt. So, yeah. So let's talk about it, man. Let's start from the beginning. How you want to do it? Let's do it. I want to answer everybody's questions. I want everybody's questions to be answered because I feel like I've been getting dragged, and in no way, shape, or form am I trying to attack or get back or say anything bad about anybody. I just really want to tell my truth, my side, right? Because people are taking things. I feel like a lot of people take their own trauma and then they project it onto you when they see you on television. Oh yeah, girl, you should have done it. I'm like, sometimes you got to stop and say, well, why did that happen? He ain't call you. Well, there's got to be a reason. Something's going on that, what I'm saying? Like, if he was calling you real heavy the first couple of weeks, he just stopped all of a sudden? Like, nobody's asking why, so.
So you're referring to the situation between you and Sabrina. So you're saying in the beginning you were calling.
Yeah.
And then you suddenly stopped calling.
I didn't suddenly stop calling. I never stopped calling.
Okay.
If that's the case, if the show's 6 to 7 weeks, or however long it is, right? And she's saying I stopped calling the first week and a half, then what is it about the last 24 hours that you said, well, I took 24 hours to think about it. So you wasn't thinking about it the whole 6 weeks? You waited till the last 24 hours to think about it and then decided to say no? I mean, that's not how it works. If you felt like I wasn't calling you that whole time, then why didn't you self-eliminate back then, right? Why didn't you? Because at that point, I was really, excuse me. So, so it was, why didn't you make a decision earlier? If I'm your only person that you're interested in and I'm not giving you what you want, why didn't you make a decision earlier? Why didn't you address it earlier? The thing is, we talked about all these things. It wasn't that I wasn't calling. I wasn't calling her with the frequency that she wanted me to call her. But there's things that happened, after the first week and a half, right? So, like I said, the show can be stressful. The show can be toxic. Sometimes it could be the amount of time that you are spending on dates. And I went on the show to find somebody, not to date 10 women. That's another thing. So mind you, if you're working full time, you're an entrepreneur, which means that you're working probably more than, your regular, 8 to 5, 9 to 5, right? I'm also about 2 weeks in, I went into training camp. I have a boxer that was like, hey, like I got a fight coming up and I want you to coach me. I'm honored. I got you. So that's happening. So you got work, you got training camp, and you have this schedule where you're spending hours and hours a day on these dates. Initially, I right around the time I started training camp, maybe about a weekend of training camp, I was about to quit. I was like, I can't. With the way the production was filming, I was like, I can't maintain this whole thing. I'm not gonna be. They're like, Walter, I will give some credit to production. They changed. They were like, all right, because sometimes you'd be waiting, for a while to get things going. And I was like, I need every hour that saying. So they were like, Walter, we'll change up the schedule. We'll make the dates faster. We'll get you in and out. So they tried to make those accommodations because they understood what I was going through. They were like, don't quit because of production. Like, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Stay on. And I'm like, okay. And so now I'm doing that. So when I do, it's not, like I said, it's not that I wasn't calling, but I wasn't calling as often as she wanted me to call. And listen, if I'm not calling you, if I'm not giving you what you need, I completely understand. I'm not going to fault you for making whatever decision you're going to make if I'm not giving you what you need. But if you're telling me that you're a boss and you're an entrepreneur and you understand completely how busy I am, then I'm like, wow, That's fantastic. A woman understands how, this can work because you understand how busy I am. On top of that, when we do talk, most of the time we're talking, it's a venting session. It's, brown girl squad versus light skin. He said, I can't believe these man. And so, there's different sides to people, and the side that I was getting was the, this bitch, on the phone. That's what I'm getting, almost the majority of the time that we were talking. And I'm like, I understand because I'm in this environment too. We need to vent. We got it because there's nobody else you can really talk to unless you're on the show and you're dating in this process where you got to talk to 10 people at a time. You really don't understand what we're going through. So I'm going to be there for her to vent to me, and she's there for me to vent to her. Fantastic. It works. I don't really feel like she's getting to know me as well as I would like, because it's not really about me. It's about her getting what she has to get off her chest, right? So we're not having regular conversation. You see what I'm saying? We're not having conversations about
when did it change? When did it change? Because when did that take place? Because it seemed like, well, from when the show showed, it looked like you guys were having some real deep conversations and getting deep.
Exactly.
So at what point does it go from that to suddenly we now venting?
Because there was a lot of pettiness going on, right? You got, remember when I said, Shiloh was like one of the people that I could talk to that if I said something to her, it wouldn't get back. So say me and Mumen went out, right? And this happened. Mumen and I in the garden. Mumen rolls up at the brunch. Mumen's tire went flat. Corey changed her tire. When Mumen and I went out on our date, it was like a week, 2 weeks later, she's still on a donut. I'm like, girl, a donut is supposed to be 50 miles. You're not supposed to be riding a donut for a week, 2 weeks. This is dangerous. You got the donut on the left rear, which is probably one of the most dangerous spots to have a donut. So I'm like, I can't have you riding around. I'm like, look, tomorrow, come holler at me. This is between me and you, come holler at me and we'll get you a tire. I don't know what you're going through, but I'm saying it's a tire. No big deal. I'll get you a tire. She comes through. I buy her, I take her to the tire shop around the corner from the crib. I think she has like a key or something. So the tires are like these small specialized tires, right? It's just not regular tires. You can't get the tires in, bro. So we go to Tire Dude. Of course, the Tire Dude is upselling, right? She's standing beside me, dude. Like, the way the balance and the systems is set up, you really just can't get one tire. You got to get at least two, but you should really need all four because the other tires is kind of worn out too. So, and I'm just like, she's like looking at me like, so I need four? And
salesman trying to sell.
Right. So it ends up being about $500. And I was like, man, I figured I'm about to buy one tire, $89, $80 to $100, right? I ended up spending like $500 on tire. And I had to tell myself, all right, well, I've spent $500 on dinner. It's not that big of a deal, right? Here's the card, swipe it, bro. I saw, baby, I got you. It's a dating show. Baby, I got you. I'd have spent this money on dinner anyway, right? Yeah. Give her the tires, give her the insurance, you know what I'm saying? Put it all, bundle it up, make it happen, right? Of course, that ends up getting back into deliberation. Like, Walter bought me tires. Oh, Walter buying motherfuckers tires? Mumen says Walter buys me tires. Sabrina tells Mumen, well, if Walter buys you tires, he'll buy me a house.
Wait, I just need you to wait. Hold on a minute, let me get real close. Just rewind that last minute. You said they got to deliver, the girls were talking, and then, yes, just say that last part again, sir.
They got to talking, and Sabrina told Mumen, if Walter bought you tires, he'll buy me a house.
Why did Mumen, what was the conversation that Mumen told them that you bought tires?
Right. My point exactly. Like, yo, this happened off camera, so it shouldn't have been discussed in deliberations or what have you. So now I'm like, Mumen, can I trust you to keep our secrets? Because whatever happens off camera should not be discussed on camera, right? So then I'll start having trust issues with Mumen about it. Because I'm like, girl, like, I'm trying to give you a solid on the low, and now you bragging about it in deliberations, and now you got Sabrina feeling some type of way. So now I got to be like, all right, I don't know who I can talk to, who I can do things with. You know what I mean? Like, I gotta start following the rules and not see nobody off camera. Like everybody else is seeing each other off camera and doing. I'm like, yo, I gotta follow the rules, because now women are starting to throw. If I say something, if I do something, they're throwing it in the other person's face, and now it's getting petty. And I want to avoid the pettiness. Not to mention, I don't want to do anything with Mumen that she can throw in Sabrina's face because I like Sabrina. I don't want to do anything with Sabrina that she can throw in Mumen's face because I like Mumen. And if I do something with Mumen, even if she don't tell Sabrina, she gonna tell Zaya and Camille, and they gonna throw it in Sabrina's face, right? Because that's what they doing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like stuck in a rock and a hard place. I'm like, all right, well, you gotta take a step back and figure this thing out. Figure how you're gonna date these two women and make sure that you keep it so 100. Like if I told Mumen something and I talked to Sabrina, hey, listen, Sabrina, I talked to Mumen the other day on the phone, and this is what I told her. So just in case you guys are in deliberations, whatever, you are prepared. If she says something, you're prepared. Hey, Mumen, I did this with Sabrina the other day. If anything happens, so I'm trying to protect both of them so that way they can't throw any stones or darts at each other. Because I know if I was in a situation, I don't want any man to know anything about the woman I'm dating that I don't know, right? So I'm trying to keep it 100 and solid with both of them. But at the same time, that also makes me pull back. Not to mention, after a week and a half, Ty tells Shiloh, you could be my wife. He says, Sabrina could be my lady, but you can be my wife, right? At the pool. And so Ty picks Shiloh, Ty gets eliminated, right? Sabrina's upset. I think they showed it a little bit at the deliberation about how Sabrina was upset.
She was upset.
So Sabrina's upset because Ty spent a lot of time in the military in Korea. Remember, Ty was saying her the song in Korean, and you know she didn't really know what he was saying, right? So, but Ty's like, this could, you know, you being from Korea, and me spending time in Korea. I always saw myself with maybe a Korean woman, or, you know, you're Black and Korean, perfect blend. You have a daughter, I have a daughter. I can see our daughters playing with each other. You know, he's going through the possibilities of what could happen with her and him, right? I don't know if it was the very next day, a week later, I don't know the time frame, but then he tells her, I'm choosing Shiloh. Sabrina told me at the pool party, she was going to tell Ty after he told her, hey, I can see your daughter playing with my daughter. I've always wanted a Korean woman. I speak Korean, so I can speak to your mom. You know, he tells her all these things, right? She was like, after that conversation with Ty, she was like, I was going to choose Ty. I was going to tell Ty at the pool party that he was the one, right? So, you want to know why the phone calls kind of slowed down after a week and a half, right? So after a week and a half, the phone calls are going to slow down because you call me and vent for 45 minutes. He's a liar. I can't stand him. I can't believe he sold me on a dream. You know what I'm saying? For 45 minutes about how hurt she is that he chose Shiloh. And I'm like, okay, I'm listening. I'm being supportive. But at that time, I also say, like I said, we've already had that connection where we say, no matter what, we're still going to be lifelong friends, right? No matter what. So I'm thinking, listen, you know what, Walt? This is a dating show. She's going to have other connections, right? So at least we have this level of honesty. We have a level of honesty where she feels comfortable telling me how she's feeling about other people. So therefore, I'm going to have a level of honesty telling her what's going on with me and Mumen. And maybe this level of honesty that we have, we're going to establish this friendship that we have where we can be completely open and honest with each other and build upon that friendship in order to turn that into something romantic, or whether it's a situationship, whether it's lifelong romance, or whether it's this is the person that I know is going to have my back as a friend throughout this process and beyond the process, right? But I also had to take a step back and think, how do I feel about this? I need to process this as well. So there was a time where we said we was going to give each other space. Now the space wasn't mean like we were going to stop talking, right? The space was this, because if you watch one of her deliberations, not her deliberations, one of her confessionals, she said, I ain't worried about Walter talking to other women. He know where home is. He gonna come back home to mama, right? And I said, Sabrina, feel free to talk to whoever you want to, because I know you're going to go ahead and find out what you don't want, right? I think they actually showed that on it. I said, talk to whoever you want to so you can find out what you don't want. We had a conversation about, I'm busy. I got training camp. I'm not going to be able to communicate as much as I want. If you think about me, give me a call. I will make time. I'll figure out how to get out of the gym, or I'll call you back, whatever. But I'm so focused on the mission right now that I can't be as focused on the relationship. But we have such a strong connection. We really don't got to talk every day. Every time we see each other, we giggling and smiling and we in each other's face. So let all the other dudes call you, because he's on the phone. Like, he calls me, he called me, he called me. Well, then talk to that dude, because I'm not worried about that dude, because I don't care how much he's calling you. When you see him, you're not as giggly and as locked in as you are with me, right? And plus, I still got to call 8, 6, 5, 10 other women and keep this and see what else is out there as well. So have your space to talk to whoever you want to talk to, right? Because when I see you, you mine. And she's like, go ahead, talk to whoever you want to talk to, because when I see you, you mine. So to have this conversation and this understanding, and then you come back and be like, well, you wasn't calling me. I'm like, didn't we have this understanding already? Like, nothing is going to break the connection that we have. We good, we friends. Not only do we have this connection, but we also have the friendship that we can be completely open and honest with each other and address any situation. Whether it's some other dude calling you, texting you, whether it's you being hurt by some other guy, we have this open line of communication that if we ever need to vent or address something, we can. So when the Shiloh thing happens and you don't address it with me, or anything else happens, or you wait, to the end, I'm like, my mind definitely, I could say, well, I don't know if we want to get to that part of it, but I definitely, it made me second guess a lot of, as things have been coming out and I'm watching interviews and I'm seeing what's being said, it started to make me second guess intentions. What the way that it ended and how things played out, it started making me say, like, was it really real? Was everything genuine? I still like to believe that a lot of it was genuine, but I definitely started to have my doubts.
Okay, so just to rewind it so we can capture everything that's been said. Okay, so my original question was, which you've answered. I'm just going to recap it. The original question was, about the what happened that you stopped calling, in a sense, after a week and a half, that you simmered down on the communication.
Simmered down, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was. Say what?
I was gonna say you give us. No, that's right. You give us a few different reasons, which I'm cool with. You give us a few different reasons. One being which you mentioned the Tyrone and the Sabrina situation, which we saw play out on our screen. Okay, right. We saw Tyrone tell about how Shiloh is this, Sabrina is this, and for sure, you're absolutely right. We heard from Sabrina herself what Tyrone had kind of promised, almost like loosely promised. Now, what we didn't hear was her response in terms of her about to choose Tyrone. What we heard from her, and I'm gonna give you what she said, and you can say yes or no, and then I'll continue to recap. Sabrina said she was advising Tyrone from almost a friend perspective. Yes, she was interested, but she kind of said it from a friend perspective, that she was advising him not to put all his eggs in one basket. That's what she was advising him, not that she was going to choose him. So I'm gonna ask the question again. Did she say to you, or did you hear this from the grapevine? How did you know that she was going to choose Tyrone? That's the first question. Just real quick, just give me a quick snippet of the answer.
Because she told me.
So she told you. Just want to make it clear again. Let's make sure. She told you.
So let's listen. If you're on camera and he tells you this, Sabrina has pride. She's not going to be like, dude, I'm about to choose you. She's, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to turn into a Zadia. Yeah. I'm about to choose you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to turn into that, right? she has pride. She's gonna flip it and be like, maybe you should think about it. Maybe you should think about it. I sat down with Tyrone. I sat down with Ty and told him it didn't make air, but I sat down with Ty and was like, hey, dude, maybe you should think about this. Like, you don't need to make a decision this quickly as well, because he told me that he was going to make the decision. And I was like, hey, I think you should ride this thing out a little bit. No, she told me she was going to choose it. She told me he sold her a dream and she bought into it. And she was going to tell him at the pool that she was going to pick him, but he broke that news to her first.
Because that's the part that last part, everything you said today, I can work with. That last part, she never said. So that's new information.
That's what I'm telling people. Like I said, people like, Walt, you should have called her. You ain't been calling her. I'm like, listen, man. Sometimes, even that didn't stop me from liking her, right? Like I said, it's a dating show. Everybody's dating everybody. This is a situation where you got to deal with all types of emotions, because not only are you interested in somebody, but the person that you're interested in is on a group chat with the other girls that you're interested in, right? Mm-hmm. So they're comparing notes. Can you imagine dating 10 women that every time you talk to one of them, they all compare notes? You know how stressful that would be, right? So that not only are they comparing notes, but also you also have to deal with, when you go into deliberation with the guys and you hear what the guys were, me and Sabrina connected. You got to deal with that. It's a lot to take in. And there has to be a sense of, there's definitely a sense of maturity that you have to go in there with. And you have to be empathetic. Like, okay, well, if I was in her shoes, can I understand that? I understand. I had to really take a step back and say, do I understand her perspective? You know what I'm saying? She has a daughter. She may or may not want more kids. Eventually, she told me that she would want kids with me, that I inspired her to have more kids. But at the time, she was, on the fence. She was like, Ty already has a daughter. He told me on this dream. He speaks Korean, blah, blah, blah. And I had to say, I can understand from if I take myself out of my own feelings and put myself in your shoes, can I understand why what he told you would make you say, I'm gonna choose him? And I can't. I can understand her perspective, And then she was like, "But Walter, I'm still into you, and now I'm into you more, right? Now I'm more into you because I guess there's nobody else to be into it, but other connection. But but she was like, you're keeping it 100 with me. You're not lying." And I was like, well, yeah, and I appreciate you being honest with me and not lying to me, because part of the process is you filter out, you're eliminating people. Everybody's starting at 100, and the more you talk to them, the more it comes down, right? And so it didn't change my feelings towards her. I still feel like we had a connection, and I feel like energy doesn't lie. But it definitely also made me say, wait a minute, I might need a day or two to think about this, and I might not call for a day. I might need to process this for a little bit, because that's a lot to take in. And it started to feel like less like dating and more like work, because I didn't feel like I had when you're dating a woman, you want that woman to be your place of refuge, right? You want that when you're with that woman, that you forget about all the other stuff, you forget about work, you forget about your responsibilities. You want when you talk to that woman that you feel comforted, right? And I wasn't getting that. It started to feel like, oh, you need to call me more. All right, I'm still when I see you, it's deep conversation, it's laughing, it's joking. On the phone, it's not that. So I'm just like, it's just better for me to ride this wave, and I charged it to, it's the environment that we're in, because when I see her and we're in person, it's a different energy. The energy's up. It's we're locked in, and I'm like, I can understand that whatever else is happening outside, it's not conducive to the conversations that we're having on the phone. And I will say this, I'm going to take some accountability. She also told me about what she was going through with her parents. And if I'm really going to be accountable, I could have checked on her more just to make sure she was, mentally and emotionally intact. So I'm not going to say that I couldn't have did more. I could have done more. In the moment, I was trying to keep my own emotional and mental sanity in place as well because of the environment, not to mention my schedule that was going on. And I didn't feel like I was getting I didn't feel like I was getting I don't feel like my energy was being completely reciprocated. I don't feel like, it's one thing I do, all these women want men to pursue them. And I understand that. However, there's nothing better than mutual. There's nothing better than two people that are giving each other the same type of energy, and it's interesting at times that, if you want to be pursued in a traditional manner, yet you're not a traditional woman. So, but you want a man to be traditional, but you're like, I'm a boss, I don't, it's like, if you want a man to pursue you in a traditional way, but you're an untraditional woman, it doesn't really work that way. Like, if you're a boss and I'm a boss, then let's boss up, with the same type of energy. The same thing. You go out and get what you want. If I'm what you want, come get me. And if you're what I want, I'm gonna come get you. And if we have these conversations where, hey, I understand you got a lot on your plate. You got your parents on your plate. You got your business on your plate. You're not gonna really call me as much as I might want you to call me. Hey, I got boxing on my plate. I got my business on my plate. I'm not going to call you. And we come to an agreement or a mutual understanding of, listen, we know how strong our connection is. We don't need to have these daily conversations. We know where we're at. Go ahead and have the conversations with whoever you need to have a conversation with. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and get whatever energy you have. Like, figure out if there's somebody better in this process, go figure that out. We had that conversation of space. Like, go figure out if there's somebody else, because for real, the energy that we got, I don't really see anybody come in between that. And so to have those conversations and to have that understanding and then come back now that everything's over, like, well, he didn't call me. I'm like, did we not have these conversations? Did we not, you know what I mean? Like, if you felt some type of way back then it could have been addressed.
Was there discussions around how she would want to be courted or be chased, or to be how she wanted, the frequency of conversation to go? Was there conversations around that?
Like I said, we had that conversation. We definitely had that conversation, which is how the whole space thing came up. Like I said, I just said it. We had the conversation.
Did you have another one after though? When after
there wasn't much. No, we didn't have much follow-up conversation after that. If there was, it was like, all right, hey, I might need you to text me good morning more or whatever. All right, no problem. All right. Then I started doing that. She's like, all right, I see that you're doing more. Okay, cool. You see that I'm doing more? Great. So, like I said, it may seem like, yo, he don't ever call me or he don't ever text me. That was not the case. And even so, we know that we're going to see each other twice a week, so it was. When we did call, when the calls happened, like I said, I didn't feel. Let me put it. I didn't feel like it was like. I didn't feel like. I felt like it was more like work, because we're just talking about the process. We're talking about the journey. We're talking about the show. We're talking about, what's going on with brown skin, what's going on with the brown skin squad, what's going on, what I'm saying? That's what the show's about, you know what I mean? As opposed to us really having those connections. And I'm not saying that, hold on, let me clarify. I'm not saying that we didn't have deep conversations as well, because we still continue to have deep conversations. But it was just a lot. And when you're in the process, most of the time, because that takes up a lot of your life, that's what you have to talk about. So I can't, okay. I'm understanding that's what the conversation is about, because that's what we're living. we are living this life. It's just that it's getting played out on television. So those conversations is what we have to talk about. But when you're in that type of stressful environment and you're dealing with the outside world, I was like, when I am not on a date, I need to detox. You know, if I'm not, when I'm not in the process, when I step away, like I either need you to be my place of refuge where I can be like, oh man, and there's sometimes where venting is that for her, and venting, or at least I in my mind, venting was that for her. And there's sometimes that venting was that for me, where I got to vent to her and I felt like she was my listening ear because I talked about it a lot as well. I can't say that I didn't, but after a while, I just felt like that's the only thing we were talking about. And I was like, man, I have life outside of the process, and there's more to me and more to get to know about me. And those conversations weren't being had. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Like, yeah, those. And so it's funny. I think Shiloh told her, I talk to Walter all the time, and I'm sure that was a trigger. But like I said, the conversations that I had with Shiloh was more about how are you doing? What happened? Things like tell me about your childhood. Those type of conversations. And Shiloh called me. She, she called when she called me, I answered. And Sabrina, I guess she felt like I'm sure she's used to being pursued in a certain way. Right. And if I didn't give her that, cool. I have no problem with the decision that she made if I wasn't giving her, what she wanted. But it's not like we didn't have conversations. It's not like we didn't talk. And it's not like we didn't have certain, what I felt was understanding.
So did you guys never, at what point did you explain to Sabrina, these conversations are not getting fun anymore? And that we're just venting?
No, I mean, I said it was a conversation both of us had. It wasn't. I don't think it was anything one-sided. It was like.
So sometimes I'm saying, did you both discuss it? Did you both discuss that particular point that it's not fun?
I was like, I don't feel like I'm dating.
Okay, so you told her that. She knows. Yeah. She knows from your lips, your tongue.
Yeah. No, I had the conversation. I said, I don't feel like I'm dating. I feel like this is work. This feels like have you ever been in a relationship and before you went inside the house you sat in the car for 20 minutes? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, because I know I'm going inside the house with this woman, it's gonna be work. Right?
Yeah.
It's work. You just came from work, and when you go home, it's gonna be more work.
So right? What was Sabrina's response? What was Sabrina's response?
She said she understood. She was like, I understood, which is like when she said, we never had a pact to leave the show together. We didn't. We never had no pact to leave the show together. It was the understandings that we had throughout the process. Like, listen, this is starting to feel like work on both sides, right? Okay. It's starting to feel like work to her, it's starting to feel like work to me because it's so time consuming, right? So let's get through this. Because we have such a strong connection, let's get through this. So, if you find somebody else, great. If I find somebody else, great. If we end up together, great. If we end up whatever it may be, but let's continue this process. Let's continue this journey. Let's continue to date because every time we see each other, it's a great time. Like, I enjoy seeing you. I wish I was telling production, like, please put me on more dates with Sabrina so I can see her more. Right? I want to go on more dates with her. She's telling production, hey, can I go on more dates with Walter? So we're making these requests so we can see each other more because there was that genuine connection. However, because we already had the genuine connection, we also said, hey, we're really not going to find out how deep this connection is until after we get out of this environment. So let's get through this and then really because we know this energy that we have is real. We just don't know if it's love, a lifetime relationship, or if it's a lifelong friendship. But if If you need me to vent, if there's any issue that comes up with anybody else, we can talk about it. You know. So, but I know there's some other things that we need to address, but you know, that was my perspective, and that was my going into it, which is why, like I said, I almost quit early on because of the production schedule, right, and the time that it was taking away from work and boxing and everything else that I was doing. Later on in the process, because of, like I said, women trying to be, I shouldn't say women, the way that they were throwing stones at each other, right? It was real petty. Like I felt like I couldn't say anything to her or do anything with her that wasn't going to get thrown at Mumen. Or if I couldn't do anything with Mumen, that wasn't going to get thrown at Sabrina. So I had to be I was like, you know what? There's certain lines that I'm not, as far as intimacy is going to be concerned, that I'm not going to cross, because I feel like it's too much. It started being more about the cattiness and pettiness between the women than it was about the relationship with the men, which was part of the thing with Mumen. I was like, Mumen, like, why are you clicking up with these girls? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to connect with you, and every time I connect with you, you gonna go kick it with them. It's like, you're not here for them. You call an old girl cousin. You just met this girl a month ago. Like, let's be here with it. And so because of that, I had to navigate things a little bit differently. And yeah, unfortunately, maybe it was read the wrong way.
Okay. Whew. It's a lot that's going on there. There's a lot that is going on there. There's a lot that's going on there with that particular thing. Okay. More questions will come a little bit later.
There's a lot.
There's a lot, yeah. Let's address a bit of the Mumen situation, because obviously you guys had a connection going on. It looked like you guys were going somewhere, and then this became convoluted somewhere when it got a bit mixed up somewhere, right? And the part that we saw is the mansion. Obviously, that's where the mansions where we see things kind of go slightly askew. She made it said that you from the mansion part, you were moving different, right? From the mansion, you were moving different. So I wanna get your perspective. The mansion, were you moving different when you got there? Were you moving different? Were you showing a different side to yourself, to Mumen? What was your perspective in this?
No, I felt like I've always by the time we got to the mansion, Mumen really moved up in how I felt about her. Like I said, I think in one of the things I said there's no number one. It's 1A, 1B. You know what I mean? Like, it's 1 or 1A. Something of that nature. I really care about Mumen. I really, was attracted to Mumen. I am attracted to Mumen. I felt like she was moving different. If you look at the piano thing, Mumen and I had a moment at the piano, right? I'm playing an original song. We do our thing, stay right, and wonderful moment. Great. 30 minutes later, I'm at the piano, with Sabrina. I'm playing 90s R&B. I'm playing like Boys II Men, Please Don't Go Away From Me, right? Mumen sees it, and this is on film. Mumen sees it, runs out, tells Camille and Cornelius, Walt are in there with Sabrina. I'm gonna go fuck with them. She comes in with Cornelius and Camille, and Cornelius is like, hey, Walt, heard you and Mumen wrote a song. I want to hear it. Now, are you not being messy at this moment? Did we not already have our moment? Right? Like when I came in on your date with Dante and you holding his hand underneath the table, I didn't like come inside rubbing your shoulders or I'll let you have your moment. Like, not like I couldn't see you holding his hand underneath the table. This is a dating show. We dating other people. So me and you had our moment. Why aren't you gonna let Sabrina and I have our moment? But now it's being messy. So and Cornelius now and Camille are involved in it, and there was already that tension. So I'm like, if you see at the piano now, so I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So yeah, is my energy shifted? Yeah, because now I'm looking at you sideways.
So
Like,
wait, are
what
you
do
saying
do?
your energy shifted because of her energy, or did your energy already have a shift in it before then?
My energy shifted because I'm like, you walking in being messy right now. We've already had our moment at the piano. You see me and Sabrina having our moment at the piano. I heard you talking in the hallway, like, yeah, Walter in there with Sabrina, man. I can hear it.
You
And
actually
then,
heard it.
yeah, and then they showed it on camera. It's
Yeah.
on camera. And then Mumen, and Cornelius come in, and Cornelius is like, I want to hear the song you and Mumen wrote. And I'm like, so that's why at the piano, I said, y'all are funny. I wasn't like, you're funny. I didn't tell Mumen, you funny. I said, y'all, because they came in as a trio. Yeah, Walt, sing the song. Sing the song you and Mumen wrote. And wouldn't your energy shift? Like, what y'all doing, man? Are you doing this to piss Sabrina off? So my energy shifted because I was like, you're doing this to piss Sabrina off. You're doing this. This is petty to me. Now, whether her intentions are petty or not, I can't speak for her. But the way it looked to me, it looked petty. It looked like you're trying to do it to piss Sabrina off. And I didn't think that was right. I'm always trying to protect, like I said, the whole time I'm trying to protect Sabrina's feelings. I'm trying to protect Mumen's feelings. So for you to come in at that time, my energy shifted because right now you're putting me in a position that I can't protect Sabrina's feelings because I didn't tell Sabrina, you and I got a song. So Sabrina's like, yeah, well, sing the song.
So it wasn't. So are you saying that?
Sing the song, nigga.
Sabrina,
y'all got a song?
It's because Sabrina was saying it like she said it calmly, like she was saying, "Oh no, don't worry about it." I know she. I personally didn't think it was that anyway,
like
but
said,
I'm just trying to say.
Sabrina has some pride, so she's not gonna be like, she's gonna. But you can. There's a tone. There's that underlying tone, like, yeah, sing the song, Adam. Yeah, see what's got to do. Sing the song, Adam. Sing the song. It's cool. It's cool. I'm gonna be cool. Sing the song. You know what I'm saying? So that's the energy shift. And so, when Mumen and I ended up talking later by the pool, and I'm telling her, like, listen, we got to figure this thing out because I don't want to date. I don't want to keep going back and forth between you and Sabrina. I want to make a decision, and right now the decision's 50-50. And she got up in the middle of that discussion. She got up and walked away to go talk to Zadia.
Oh, I thought you said that. I thought she said that she told you that she had to go and take a call. Are you talking about the pool side?
The pool side.
She said she had to take a. I'm telling you what she said. She said she had to take a call.
There's two conversations that happened at the pool.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
The one that she got up and left the first time, she went to go kick it with Zadia in there.
Okay.
She came back from kicking it with Zadia. I was like, are we going to finish our conversation? She was like, no, I got to go take a call.
Okay.
And I was like, wow.
Oh, so she didn't say it in a way that was calm for you, like not like explaining that she got to take a call.
No, I'm not saying she said it calm, but she was like I said, we're having a conversation. She gets up and walks away, kicks it with Zadia. When she comes back, because I'm like, listen, after you go talk to Zadia or whatever you got to do, can we finish this? She's like, yeah. She comes back just to get her towel or whatever, her wraparound, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, are we going to finish our conversation? And she was like, we can talk later. I got to go take a call. It wasn't any animosity. She was just like, we can talk later. I got to go take a call.
Oh, okay, so it was calm at that point. Okay.
But I'm like, we could have, if you wouldn't have got up and walked away to go kick it with Zadia, we could have finished the conversation right then. And now when you come back, you don't have time for me anymore. Now you got to go take a call. So at that point, I'm like, all right, you're making my decision easy. You and Sabrina's just chilling in the pool, like she's, saying. So there was no manipulation or anything like that.
She did ask
Sabrina
about
actually told me, go talk to me, figure it out, Walt. I've already decided that I've already chosen you, Walt. I already chose you, Walt. So if you got to figure it out, go talk to me and figure it out. Sabrina was being real cool. I will give Sabrina that. She was being cool as shit. And I was like, bam. So after all this happened, later that night, we have the dinner, right? All the brown-skinned girl squad fighting with Aisha and all that. It goes ham. It's all bad.
Wait, before you go to there, the pool part, Mumen let us know that obviously when she was saying about people were manipulating you, she wasn't talking about Sabrina. All right, that's what she said. She said she wasn't talking about Sabrina.
Okay.
Right. From your perspective.
First of all, I'm grown.
Okay.
I mean, nobody's manipulating me. And if you feel like I'm that easily manipulated, why are you interested in me?
She
You
felt
know what
like
I mean?
people were telling you stuff, and that was making you change your mind on her. Can you clarify that?
Nobody had to tell me anything about women. Like I said, I'm not easily, at least in my mind, I'm not easily manipulated, right? Um, so no, for me, what the deciding factor was, like I said, when we initially, um, like the tire situation, anytime I did something or said something, I felt like it got back to
Mm.
Sabrina, or it was being, used against as a stone to throw against my other connection, right? And that may not have been coming from her. That may have been because she's sharing our relationship with Zadia and Camille.
Oh,
Those
so you
things are
you you knew that she was? Did you know that at
they're
the time of the pool
they're
that
the
she was
squad.
sharing?
They're the squad.
You were aware of that? I just want to make it very clear. You were aware of the fact that they
They
were sharing information.
they were the brown girl squad.
Okay.
That's their friend. That's their friendship. They are talking to each other. They're hanging out with each other. They're the squad, right? Now, if Mumen is the positive influence on the squad, okay, but it's still that's their circle, right?
Mm.
So yeah, they're exchanging information. That's who she said, I feel comfortable with them because they're not going after the guys that I like. So that's who I feel comfortable talking to. All right, cool. They're still mean, right?
Mm.
Still dirty. It's still. I'm like, I was at the pool. I was telling her, I was like, listen, if you continue to be real close to these people, it's not going to come out right. It's not going to look good on you. You being a part of this clique, it's not. It doesn't look good. It's not who. What I'm saying? I'm like, I'm trying to tell you, like, you can still be friends with them, but don't be a part of the squad, right? Like, you're not here for that. You're here to make connections. And she wasn't hearing me at the time. Later on after the show was over, she was like,
Oh, you let her know.
huh?
You let her know that that's your that was your thoughts. That you let her
Yeah,
know that her hanging around with. I just want to make it. The reason I'm making it clear is because
yes,
when I do it this way, it means I can make it a yes or no question when I ask people. So you're
yes,
saying that you let Mameen know at the time. This is the pool area. I'm guessing. Is this the conversation
yes,
at pool? That her
yes,
association is going to cause issues.
yes.
And what did she say?
She was like, how do you know I'm not the positive influence? How do you know I'm not telling them to chill out? And I'm like, I don't know, but I know that you're a part of a squad that's causing issues and you're going to be guilty by association. So you need to somehow, I'm not saying you can't be cool with them, but don't be a part of the clique. You can still be friends with them, whatever, but don't be a part of the squad. Don't be, what I'm saying, brown girl squad, don't be a part of that squad. You know what I'm saying? Like, that you're going to end up looking guilty by association. And I'm trying to protect you from that because when this thing hits the air, it might not look good, And plus, I don't like it. I don't like your friends. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that it's getting messy. And like the whole piano situation is like, I know you're trying to be a positive influence on them, but maybe they're being a little bit of a negative influence on you. So this is not working for me. And she was like, well, you don't understand. This is my support system. I'm like, all right, man. I'm like, well, that's going to have an effect on how I see you, and it's going to have an effect on our relationship.
You said that to her as well. I'm asking again, just because like this is all the
Dude,
stuff
I'm
that she said
telling you,
she.
this is the
Because this is the part
conversation
she
we had.
said she didn't.
This
She
is
said she didn't
listen.
know.
This is the conversation we had at the pool, and when we had that, when I said this, that's what she got up and walked away to go talk to Zadia in there. That's what made her get up and walk away. It wasn't until after the show was over and, now we're seeing it play out on television that she came out and was like, Walt, see what you was talking about. But in the moment, I didn't see it. In the moment, this was my support system. In the moment, these were the girls that weren't trying to date the guys that I was trying to date. You know what I mean? So that's the people that I could talk to. And I was like, okay, I hear you, but like I said, I try to protect people. And sometimes, she wasn't ready to receive it in that moment. I'm not mad at her for not being able to receive it in that moment. Like I said, she came back later and was like, I see what you were trying to do. You weren't, I think at the time, because of the toxicity and everything that was happening in that retreat, she probably didn't know she could trust me, right? She didn't know what perspective I was coming from. So she made that decision in that moment. And like I said, I'm not mad at anybody for any decisions that they made, because they're utilizing they're using what information is also coming from the outside, and whether it's right, wrong, whether it's true, whether it's false, whether it's a lie, they have their own thing that's swirling on in their head, and they made a decision that they felt was best for them at that time. So, at the time, she made the decision that she felt was best for herself. But I think that, she ended up having more clarity later on. And as I said, I'm not mad at her. I can't force her to make a decision. But at the time, she didn't think I was. At the time, I think she thought I was trying to manipulate her.
Oh, your sound's gone again. Sorry.
Oh, shoot. Do I have to log out and come back in?
You might have to, yeah. Log that just quickly. Mumen. Girl, you said that. You played it like I didn't tell you, like you didn't know. Girl.
I'm back? All right.
You back, bro.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. So at the time, I think that she thought I was trying to manipulate her, or that I was being manipulated, as opposed to that I was really just trying to look out for her.
Okay, man.
So I can understand that. I can see it. You know what I mean? Like I said, I try to be empathetic. I try to put myself in other people's shoes, so I can see maybe why she felt that way. But that, like I said, later on, she was like, "All right, well, I see what you were trying. I know that you was trying to protect me." So there's other. We gotta address a lot of stuff. I don't know how much time we got.
Bro, I've got time. Listen, go.
So we can keep talking freely, or you say, let me know.
Listen, you go. I'm gonna ask you questions. You flow, bro.
This might be one of the longest ones you have, bro.
No way. Corey's on 4.5. You got 2.5 to go.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm ready, bro. You go.
You might have to chop this joint up in chunks. It's a marathon.
We don't need it, bro. It's crazy up in here.
Let's go. So so that happened, and so once the dinner and everything happened, and that happened with Mumen, and the dinner with Zadia and Camille, and how everything blew up. When the retreat, I woke up the next morning like, I'm done with this. Because I remember later that night, it didn't make the air. Shiloh and I had like a 2-hour argument about, why am I not chasing Mumen? Why am I not trying to find Mumen and finish the conversation? And I was like, I'm not chasing.
So this is the retreat, right?
This is the retreat.
And so you and Shiloh talking, and you guys
2-hour argument.
Okay. About,
you need to go find Mumen and finish your conversation. And I'm like, I'm not chasing her. I'm like, I had a conversation with her. She got up and walked away. When I approached her again, she said she had a phone call. She'll find me later. Sabrina's being cool as hell about the whole thing. Sabrina's encouraging me, like, Walt, do what you gotta do. I'm like, Mumen made this decision easy for me. Sabrina's being cool. Every time I talk to Sabrina, it's easy. Like, our relationship, our energy is still at the same level it was from the first day. I'm gonna choose Sabrina. I don't need to go find Mumen no more. I am tired of the brown skin girl squad. I am tired of everything that's related to it. I ain't trying to deal with no colorism. I'm like, I did not come on the show to deal with ratchetry and pettiness. As a matter of fact, I don't even want to be on the show no more. I'm done. Right? Plus, I hear, the brown skin girls is trying to plot some type of way to
confirming. Yes.
To vote me off the show. If they vote me off the show, then Sabrina has no connections. The only reason Sabrina has lasted this long is because of my connection with her. Because none of the guys, had the connection. When Camille was about to get voted off, and I was like, listen, Cornelius and Camille have this great connection. Let's not vote her off. right? I was like, let Cornelius and Camille have their relationship. It said it's on camera in the deliberation.
It did. Why did you say that?
Cornelius said, thanks. I vote for Sabrina. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, why did you say? I'm so confused. Why
I'm
are you
like, I
saying
just
that?
saved your girl, and the first thing you out your mouth is like, boot Sabrina. I'm like, man, dude, like,
there's no loyalty here.
Where's the code? Where's the loyalty, bro? Like, man, I just saved your girl, and the person you want to vote off is mine. Like, man, that's cold. And it went around the whole table. Sabrina. Well, since we can't vote Camille, Sabrina. So all the other dudes said Sabrina.
Why couldn't we vote Camille? I don't understand why we couldn't vote.
I was just trying to be. I mean, the show was called Ready for Love, Ready to Love. They seemed like they was ready to love. They had the connection. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, let them love. Like, isn't that what this is about? You know what I'm saying? If they found it early, then cool. Let them find it early. Let them keep their thing. You know, unfortunately, with them continuing to be on the show and coming from the perspective that Brown Girl Squad perspective, now they're using their votes against people. They're using their votes to help out their friends as opposed to really be or really help foster what could be possible connections, right? And so that's what made it really turn left, because that's why Aisha was like, you know, who's to say we can't vote off Cornelius, you know, because he's not connecting with anybody but you, and you guys seem to be using your votes in a manipulative way, because you guys are putting people off that could possibly have stayed in the connection. And so Aisha wasn't coming from a place of like hate, like it was said. Like Aisha was like, this is the real situation, right? And of course that blew up into the, you know, the whole fuck y'all up, you know, that thing.
Did you actually hear that? Did you hear that?
So, right, I was there. I heard.
Oh, so you heard it?
I was sitting right there. She said that shit.
Oh.
I was sitting right there. That's why in the reunion they were like, "Did you hear her say it?" I was like,
"Oh." When she asked that question, the host, I thought she was saying, "Did you watch the video and did you hear it on the video?" But you're saying you actually heard it.
I was there.
Oh,
I was sitting at the table. I was there. So, anyway, so Shiloh and I had this long conversation, and I was like, "I'm not chasing Mumen. I made my decision. You know, I don't need any more information. It's been Sabrina and I's energy has been the same. It's been consistent throughout all the weeks of this thing, right? Why am I even having this debate? I made my choice. But you know what? Even though I made my choice, I really don't even want to be a part of this anymore. All this pettiness, all this colorism, all this, you know, I was like, I am done. If I want to date Sabrina after the show, I'll date Sabrina after the show. It's going to be what it's going to be. We already have our connection. I'm good. I wake up early in the morning. Wake up, pack all my bags, put them in the truck. Went to the kitchen, had my little Savage Fenty robe and lounge gear. It was real sexy, little black shiny satin Savage Fenty on. Made us both a cup of tea. Walked up to Sabrina's room, knocked on her door, and I was like, "You want some tea?" And she was like, "How you know I love tea?" I was like, "I didn't know that you love tea. I don't know. I think it was chamomile tea or whatever it was." She was like, "I love this tea. Like, you not only do you know I love that, not only did you just know or come with tea that not knowing that I love tea, but you came with a tea that I love, put some honey in it and everything, right?" We sit down on, she had a deck that overlooked the bay or whatever, the water. And I was like, "Look, I am done with this thing. But I want you to know I was going to choose you. I don't want you to think that I was still confused about this whole thing and I was going back and forth between you and Mumen. Like, I really was going to choose you. Like, you know what I'm saying?"
In what way were you going to choose her? In what way were you going to choose Sabrina?
Like I'm done. Like, we had about a week and a half left in the journey, right? And I'm like, "Listen, I wanted you to know that if I was going to pick somebody, it was going to be you, right? And we could figure out whatever our relationship is going to be later. You know what I'm saying?" And she was like, "Well, Walt, I already chose you. You know what I'm saying? I was just waiting for you to make the decision too." I'm like, "Well, great." We sit there, we have tea, we have a great conversation. It's romantic. We're looking over the water. I'm like, great. I'm like, well, look, I'm done with this thing. I don't know what these brown skin girls is plotting, but more than likely I'm about to get voted off this joint anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I'm done. My bags are packed. We drove here together. All I'm doing right now is waiting for you to, for this thing to be over because I drove here with you, so I got to take you home. She's like, I feel you, right? And so I go downstairs. I was still very tense from everything that was going on. I did some shadow boxing or whatever on the water, broke a sweat, took a shower, got in the car. Producers is like, Walt, what you doing? I was like, yo, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with this thing. I was like, end of the road. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I started singing End of the Road. I'm outside of the retreat of the mansion, in my car singing End of the Road. I'm done. I'm done with the show. I don't want to be a part of the pettiness. I'm done with it. I don't want to be a part of this thing no more. I'm done. They're like, Walt, it's a week left. I'm like, dude, I'm about to they're probably plotting against me anyway. I'm probably going to get eliminated anyway. I don't care. I am tired, right? I am tired. They're like, well, what happened? I told them, I was like, I told Sabrina, where my head was at. And she was like, cool. They was like, you did what? I was like, yeah. They was like, dude, what are you talking about? And I was like, they was like, no. You need to talk to Sabrina again because you can't just be doing stuff like that, right? So I was like, all right, well, let's set something up, right? So we set up like a little thing, and this never made it to air either. We set up this little thing in the garden that was at the retreat, and Sabrina comes, I'm there, and I'm like, look, babe, I choose you. The way things went down with the pool with Mumen just made it real easy for me to say everything has been so smooth sailing with Sabrina this whole time. I should have made this decision. It's an easy decision. I don't want to juggle anymore. There's a week left. Let's make this last week and a half just about me and you. And she's like, Walt, I choose you too. I'm like, great. I was like, well, more than likely, I'm going to get eliminated today anyway. So, we'll figure this thing out on the back end. And she was like, nah, Walt, don't quit. If you get voted off, I'm leaving. I'm going to leave too. If you get eliminated, I'm a self-eliminating. I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to leave without you. You ain't going to leave without me. This is a week before the bridge with the roses. You understand what I'm saying? She tells me, Nick, if you get voted off, I'm leaving with you. I'm with you the whole walk. I got your back. You ain't going nowhere without me. It's you and me together. This is how we're going to leave this thing. And I'm like, yeah, baby. Oh, okay. Before she goes into deliberation with the girls, I'm walking to the car again. My stuff is packed. I'm outside waiting for like 6 hours for them to finish deliberating whatever they're going to do. Before she walks into deliberation, she stops, turns around and looks at me and said, Walter, remember what I said? Remember what I said, Walt? And I was like, okay, girl, I remember what you said. Remember what I said? She's like, I got your back. You ain't going nowhere without.
This was so
whatever you have to understand, you know how it is from a man's perspective when you feel a woman got your back, right?
Yeah.
So whatever red flags I may have seen prior to, I was like, I value that.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? That's real. Okay, girl. So that made me over, you know what I'm saying? And then that's one reason why it was such a shock. Because it happened a week before, Then she meets my aunt and my sister, and my aunt and my sister are grilling her, and she's like, Walter would be a great role model to my daughter. He's damn near the best thing since individually wrapped sliced cheese, right? No matter what, Walter and I are gonna always be friends, and we're gonna end this journey together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what she's telling my aunt and my sister. And then 24 hours later, she's like, oh, I took a whole 24 hours to think about it. And which is why I was shocked. And, despite, I feel like energy doesn't lie. So I'm not gonna say that she wasn't genuine in how she felt. But the way things played out, it really made me question whether or not I got played through the whole thing. You know what I mean? I was like, wow, like, why would you convince me to stay for the last week? And if I wasn't calling you for the past 6 weeks, why the fact that I didn't call you in the last 24 hours? Like, all of a sudden this last 24 hours changed everything, or, and then, so, like when something happens, you start having flashbacks of stuff. And I was like, yo, I remember that first 2 weeks when we first started talking, she did say, well, you can choose yourself. I was like, yo, I remember that first week when we first started talking, she brought up, you don't have to end the journey with nobody. You can choose yourself. But did she always? So, when, like it's when you break up with somebody, you start, right? So all that started happening. And I was just like, man, I was like, you know what? I'm not even mad at it. I was like, well played. If you Game of Thrones this situation, well played. You know what I mean? That's really what I was like. If this was a part, just to promote, sell your clothes, whatever it may be, well played. I'm not mad at you. Maybe I was a little naive going into the situation, we'll who knows? But we end up having a conversation later on. After that bridge thing, we didn't talk. Right? She was like, yeah, you ain't call me or call me like you never do. I was just like, I never call you at this point, right? Because like I said, we didn't have a pact. She's right. We did not have a pact to leave together. We didn't, but I felt like our friendship, I felt like you having my back in these moments, that if tomorrow you slept on it, woke up and changed your mind, why wouldn't you be like, hey, well, I really thought about it. This is not going to be romantic. This is not going to be love. This is really just going to be, a lifelong friendship, because we really didn't get as intimate as I wanted. You didn't court me the way that I wanted to be courted. And so I don't want to be fake or whatever and walk away into the sunset with you on these terms. Hey, you know what? I understand. So that when I say I felt like I was owed that, because of how the whole thing, we've been brutally honest with each other about other connections and how we feel this whole process, right? So how did this 24 hours? I took almost 24 hours to think about it, and now I'm not good enough on the bridge.
Did anything happen in those 24 hours aside you not calling?
Nothing happened in the 24 hours. I'm trying to tell you. She talked to my aunt and my sister. I walked her to the door of the restaurant. We was like, hey, Monday, this is Saturday night, right? This is Saturday evening. It's like 7:00 on Saturday evening. We just finished wrapping up the dinner with my aunt and my sister. I'm like, hey, she's like, we're both like, hey, it's over. Monday, it's over. Monday morning is over. Like, we still have this bond. We still have this connection. Hey, like the way you handled my aunt, my sister, you did, like you said all the things that I believed, all the things that we have been confirming for the past 6 to 7 weeks. Everything that you told me is real, right? Like, okay, like, yeah, like, all right, babe, see you Monday. Come Monday, we're going to walk into the sunset. See you Monday. It's Saturday night. I know she got to get her glam squad together. She got to get the dress together. She's going to take Sunday. I'm trying to make sure my suit's tailored right. I got to go buy 46 roses, what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I'm trying to, think of something thoughtful to do, what I'm saying? But we know the last thing we said was like, hey, we made it. We chose each other. this last week or two has been so peaceful because we don't have any outside noise.
Okay.
Right? See you Monday. Like, see you in take tomorrow, get yourself together. Tomorrow, Monday, we're going to walk into the sunset. So if you changed your mind between Saturday night and Monday and be like, well, you didn't call me. I didn't call you. I didn't change my mind. If I ain't called you this past 6 weeks, and, I don't see the difference. But like I said, I know people are going to be like, well, you should have called. You should have. Okay. That's, if I've been consistently the same way throughout this process, you know what I'm saying? Like, why all of a sudden did something change, which like I said, made me doubt the entire thing at the time. So I had my doubts. That's why I was like, I was caught off guard. I was hurt. I was hurt more so because I felt like we were friends enough to have had that conversation. If we would have had that conversation, if you changed your mind in the middle of the night, I really felt like we could have been like, you know what? It's not going to be romantic. Here's the roses. I still fuck with you. Let me walk you to your car. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to this big dramatic walk away, and walk standing there type of thing. It could have been like, hey, like, I don't care whether or not, I shouldn't say I don't care. It doesn't matter whether or not this turns into a love thing. I met somebody that I truly felt had my back in a situation where you don't know who to trust. I felt like I had somebody that I had a genuine energy with, a genuine connection with, and that understood all the things that I was going through, understood that, if you've ever dated a successful man, he is. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, she understood. I'm like, she's a boss. I'm a boss. We have this understanding. We have a connection. We have a friendship. She got my back. I got her back, because. So yeah, I was in shock, man. I was like, man, that I didn't expect that. I'm like, so, I always tell people there's two sides to every story. You know what I mean? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm, like I said, I genuinely feel like there are probably times I could have communicated more. However, I feel like our level of friendship and the fact that she convinced me to stay and was like, I'm not leaving without you. I'm like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and then to flip it.
I understand. You take loyalty very seriously. I understand.
Yeah, and then to flip it like that, then I'm like, okay, first it was, I always felt second. But when we have the conversation, there's no point throughout the journey that you was ever second. Even at the reunion, Mumen was like, nah.
Yeah, you were first.
You were first. Right? So when that conversation became invalid, then it was like, well, okay, well, you never called. All right. So okay, so now that we've had this what excuses are gonna be? How many excuses, you know what I'm saying? How many excuses are you gonna have to why you walked away in the last 24 hours? That's how I looked at it. Now there may be her truth may be completely different. But I'm like, now you're just fishing for excuses for your walk away into the set. Because in my mind, this is how I was feeling at the bridge. Now you're just fishing for excuses. You was going to walk away by yourself from the jump, and you know it. You know what I mean? Because if I haven't called you in the past 4 weeks, why is it that you're going to convince me to stay at the very end? If you was already, see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that was her reasoning. I'm saying put doubt. All I'm saying is it put doubt in my mind about the genuineness of the whole thing. And
there are two different hopes here, like, because sometimes what can happen, people can feel like they everybody knows where they stand, but they don't really know. Because if she didn't feel like number one, is she hoping for more than what you were actually trying to give?
Why don't you feel like?
Because are you okay? Let me make it clear. So
Yeah,
from
I no, I understand what you're saying.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like
Yeah,
were you?
she's saying I didn't do enough to make her feel like number one, right?
Yeah, but were you trying to? I'm not even trying to say make him number one. Before you get to the bridge and everything like that, is your mindset when you guys are talking that you guys are looking to pursue something, or are you still in the friend mindset?
The last conversation that we had,
yeah,
at the at the retreat where she convinced me to stay, like I'm not leaving without you, like we in this thing together, right?
Okay.
And plus, because if I get eliminated, she's gonna get eliminated because she doesn't have any more connections as well. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't thinking that way. I was just done.
Mm-hmm.
But our last conversation was our connection, our friendship has been strong enough and has been, we've been communicating so well that we're gonna figure this thing out. We're gonna figure it out. We had conversations. Am I gonna have to drive 3 hours? Well, I'm an entrepreneur. I can work anywhere. I can work as long as I got my laptop. I can work anywhere. So I can come to Virginia and stay with you a week or whatever. We can, we can figure it out. We can figure it out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are we gonna work? How are we gonna deal with this commute? How are we gonna deal with your daughter? Do we need to do a surrogate? Do we need to have a surrogate? If you getting pregnant is too dangerous, are we going to have a surrogate? We had these conversations. So to act like we didn't have these conversations is which is the reason why I was like, you know what? I need to talk, because this whole time, whenever I'm interviewing, I've been very protective. I've been like, I want to protect her. I want to protect her brand. I want to make sure she's good. And I still want to protect her. I still want to protect her brand. There's a place in me that says, you know what, the energy that we have, energy doesn't lie, right? So there's a place in me like, there's no way that she faked it. In my mind, I'm like, there's no way that she faked it. But because of how things are playing out now, I'm like, wow, like, the last interview I had, I was like, hey, I ended it with like, hey, go support her. And I still like support her, buy her clothes, all those things. But don't be out here telling me I'm throwing sex shows and orgies and and all that other and saying, oh, like Walt told me he only dates women under 30. Bullshit. I've said, and I continue to say, that I usually don't date women under 40 because women over 40 usually don't want more kids. I want kids, so therefore the women that I date are usually going to be under 40. And sometimes even women that are over 40 that want kids, they may already have a kid. Kids may be in their teens. They're like, yo, I don't want no more. Or they're like, well, I'll have one more for you. And I don't want a woman to say, I'll have one more kid for you. I want a woman to tell me, I want to have your babies. So that's why I usually don't date women over 40. So for somebody to come on and say, he told me he only date women under 30, I'm like, where is this coming from? I'm trying to think what other things do I want to address? What else? We can address the rooftop. We can address the stripper situation. Let's talk about it all, man. I can't see what the feed is saying, but I want to make sure I get everybody's questions answered. And like I said, this is not an attack on anybody. This is really just my perspective, how I was feeling in that moment. After the bridge, we didn't talk. The next time I saw her was 2 months later for Halloween.
Hold on.
I saw her. She smiled at me.
Hold on. Your video is behind. You might need just to jump in and jump out and jump back in again.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Woo! Chile, he is dropping all the tea today. All the tea today. Yes, Kaz, I think you're back. Yep, you're back.
So
Fantastic.
Halloween, I see her at Halloween. I could tell she's like, she doesn't know how I'm going to respond because I haven't talked to her since the bridge. And I want, honestly, it was the same energy. We looked at each other, we started giggling, gave each other a hug. Like, you good? Yeah, I'm good. You good? She's like, yeah. I was like, well played. I was like, well played. She was like, what are you talking about? I was like, yo, you Game of Thrones the hell out of that situation. I was like, well played. I was like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, I figured you came on the show to sell your clothes. You know what I mean? And if that's what it was, man, like you stayed on the show. You know what I'm saying? You kept me around. You had me convinced. You know what I'm saying? I was like, good shit, girl. I ain't even. She was like, you ain't mad at me. I ain't mad at you. Good shit. And she was like, Walter, no, I really cared about you, Walt. And I was like, I really care about you too, Sabrina. Like, you know what I'm saying? No hard feelings. I'm like, whether, man, maybe it just wasn't meant to be. Maybe it just didn't work out. You know what I mean? I was like, there was some warning signs there. There were some red flags that I missed. There was a situation on her birthday. Like, I don't even know if I want to bring that shit up. But anyway, there was a couple of warning signs that I missed. You know what I mean? And where she said something a little foul. And I was like, you know what? It's her birthday. She's drunk. No big deal. I'm going to let that slide. But anyway, so that's how we ended it. So Halloween, it was good. We kicked it. We had a great time. We took pictures, and it was what it was, And then the reunion special was booked maybe about a month or so later. We didn't talk to each other after Halloween. Like I said, it ended on well played. And she was like, Walt, I really liked you. And I was like, I really liked you too. Like, you know what I'm saying? She was like, it just wasn't a game. And I was like, all right, either way, well played. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, like you didn't have to walk away like that. And then she was like, and so we didn't talk after that. And about a week or like 5 days before the reunion, she calls me. It was like, Walter, I want to talk to you and tell you what I was thinking. What led me to do that decision, right? And that's when I found out about the rumor that I had sex with Shiloh. That's when I found out, Shiloh telling her, well, I talk to Walter all the time, which made her feel some type of way about our communication, right? And I'm like, but Shiloh calls me all the time. You didn't call me, right? And so she was like, with Shiloh telling her that she talked to me all the time, with Shiloh telling me that, I told Walter everything, you know what I mean? So with the rumor, and then she felt like it made her feel like the rumor about me and Shiloh was true. And she felt like she couldn't talk to me about it. Right. And I'm like, well, why didn't you, if you would have talked to me about it, wouldn't have been a problem. I didn't even know this rumor. I didn't even know that there was a rumor. I had no idea because there was nothing happened. Right. So I had no idea all this stuff was swirling around in her head. Right. So she's telling me all this and I'm like, okay. And that's why she came to the decision that she came to on the bridge and all this other stuff. And I was like, okay, and there was two things going on in my mind. Like, wow, you could have told me this back then and maybe things would have been different. Even if you decided to choose yourself anyway, it would have been a different conversation, right? And if that's how you genuinely feel, then I understand why you chose yourself and why you walked away. Understand, talk about people being manipulated in the, and trying to sabotage relationships. I understand completely. But the timing of it was weird to me.
So wait, just to clarify, so her real reasoning was no longer about being second and you didn't call. The actual reasoning that you got now seemed to be more because of the Shiloh situation.
So it was she said it was a combination of everything.
Of everything, okay.
And I'm like, how is it that you're the only person that felt like you were second? Nobody else on the show ever felt like she was second. What makes you feel like you were second? I was like, if you felt second, that's a personal insecurity. You know, is it the youth? Is it the 10-year age difference between you and Mumen? I don't know what is making you feel this way, because I've not given you any reason to ever feel second. When we're in front of each other, everybody says you can't break the connection between Sabrina and Walter. That's nobody even feels comfortable talking to us when we're together. Yet throughout the process, throughout the journey, she mentioned it several times. I'm not going to say it was something all of a sudden that happened at the end. She was like, you look at Mumen differently than I look at you. She said that to me at least 3 times throughout the process. You look at Mumen differently than I look at you. I'm like, of course, you're grown, you're different, right? It's different energy. You know what I'm saying? It's 2 different, it's Prince and Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's 2 different energies. I don't care if it's 2 different women, you're gonna look at 2 different women differently, period. So you're jealous or you know, you don't like the way I look at Mumen. Mumen's telling me she don't like the way I look at you. Mumen is like, I can't talk to you when you're around Sabrina. Your energy is different. You're so locked in with her that I don't feel like I can get in. So who's right? Mumen is telling me you're clearly making Sabrina number 1 and everybody can see it. And Sabrina is like the only person that can't see it. If everybody in the world can see that I'm making you number 1 and that you're number 1 and I'm giving you no reason to think that you're not number 1, what more can that has nothing to do with me at that point, right? I can't break that barrier in your mind, because that's personal trauma. That's something that's going on in you. That's not something that I can help. I'm telling you that you're number 1. I'm showing you that you're number 1. Everybody else can see that you're number 1. I don't, what more do you want me? Oh, now I got to call more. There's something that I don't, like I said, I don't know what I could have done to convince her. That's not something, like I said, I feel like that was something that didn't matter what I did. You know, that she's gonna, whatever it was, like, you know, maybe she felt, I'm not going to talk about, you know, I don't know what she felt, why, you know, maybe it was the way that she said, it's the way you look at me. I'm like, all right, you know. So you don't like the way I look at her, and she don't like the way I look at you. Both of y'all feeling like number 2. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? I've made it blatantly clear. I've demonstrated it. I've verbalized it. I show it, but you're the only person that can't see it. So I will say, if I wish I could have found a way. You know, I think that's any man in any relationship. He's dealing with a woman. He tries to find a way to make her feel secure, right? And I'm like, case in point, after the retreat on Sabrina's birthday, we're having a good time, we're partying. I tell her, like, hey, since the retreat, I have not talked to Mumen. I have not text messaged her. Anybody that calls or text messages me, I haven't responded to none of their text messages, because I don't want anybody to be able to come to you like, Walter still talks to me. Walter's still trying to holler, even though he's talking about he chose you. You know, Walter still, I don't want anybody to be able to throw a stone, you know, at you, or be able to taint where we're going now in the future. Is that not making you feel number 1? Telling you I've cut off everybody and everything. I'm not responding to nobody, because I don't want anybody to be able to give you any information that you don't have, or make you think that I'm still interested in anybody else. I tell her this on her birthday. She looks at me and says, I don't care if you sucked Mumen's pussy last night. I'm a different breed of bitch.
Is that the exact words or is that a paraphrase?
Exact words. Exact words. I'm like, that shit hit me in the head. I was like, wow, this is like a week before. I'm like,
a week before.
You know what? I'm like, you know what? She's drunk. I was like, she's drunk. She's had a few drinks. Maybe she's feeling some type of way, you know. And I charged into the game. I was like, you know what?
Wait, it's a week before what? It's a week before what?
I was like, listen what I'm saying. I'm not gonna ruin this night by getting into it. It's her birthday, right?
On her birthday. Okay.
I just looked at it, I was like, that's not the answer I expected. Right? I was like, that's not the answer I expected. She was like, and she went and danced. And I was like, okay, well, you know, I think I'm gonna go home. And that was that. You know, call me, let me know you made it home safe. Right? Let me know you made it home. I'm gonna leave. Let me know you made it home safe, right? And the next day it was like nothing happened, right? Like she didn't say it at all. So I was like, okay, well, you know, maybe she was just drunk and she was whatever. But like I said, when the way things ended, I was like, that's what planted seeds of doubt in my mind about things. You know what I mean? So there were red flags, and there were some certain things that I could have read into, but I was really trying to be understanding. And because I felt like she had my back so much, I was like, I overlooked certain things that may have that maybe I shouldn't have overlooked. You know, my phone is blowing up.
I'm sure people are probably trying to get at you, but
so you know, there were signs, there was red flags, but you know, like I said, I was at that point. I was like, she got my back, I got her back, and there's only a few more days left. She's about to meet my folks. I was like, we'll figure this thing out. Yeah. So.
Did you change your energy after the stripper comment?
In all honesty. Okay, let's talk about the stripper comment. Okay, so there was a couple dates that didn't make it to air, where I saw a different side of her. So I don't know why they didn't air. We had a boxing date, and I coach boxing, so I really felt like they were going to show this boxing date that we had, right? And it was funny because it was me, Sabrina, Ty, and Zadia. And I sent Ty and Zadia into another room, and I had Sabrina in the ring. And I'll just say I saw a different side of her. Yeah. So when she told me that she used to dance, I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. You know, it was the same type of side, you know, in the first pool party when she was like, you know, I was in the water and she opened her legs. It was like, you know, legs open up like a rose, you know what I'm saying? That type of stuff. It was that type of energy in the boxing ring. You know what I mean? I was like, okay, girl, like, okay, a little freaky, diggy, ratchet. You know what I'm saying? I seeing a little ratchet side of you, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, I like a little ratchet. I ain't gonna lie, but you know, it's I don't, you know, they didn't show that. I don't think they wanted to show. I didn't think they wanted to televise that side of her because it was a little bit louder. Okay. I'll put it that way. It was a little bit louder than how it was than what was seen. So I was like, so when she said, I was like, oh, okay. And but everybody has a past, right? Everybody has a thing. It wasn't the fact that she was a dancer or she was a stripper. The 10 years kind of made me hesitate. And that's a long time. You know what I mean? That's not like, oh, 2, 3 years, 4 years, had to get through college, had to get back on my feet type of thing. 10 years is a career. right? And it's really not about her being a stripper. If that's your business, if that's what you do to make money, fine. For me, what the red flag was, how does that affect you mentally? How does being in that environment for 10 years affect how you view men? Does that harden your spirit? Does that make you, does that make you distrustful? Does that make you, does that give you a skill set that you can manipulate men, right? Because you are they call them tricks, right? You're tricking men into giving you their money. I was like, that's what was going through my mind. Like, what skill set now do you have when it comes to knowing what men want, knowing what to say, knowing how to move? Like, I have a lot of friends that are dancers. I would say I have friends that are dancers, great people, genuine. Some of them have, stopped dancing and are in great relationships, loving relationships, So I don't look at it that way. But I also know the other side of it, you know what I'm saying, as well. I also know, the women that have developed that skill set of knowing exactly what to say or how to move in those situations. So it definitely made me say, all right, where is she emotionally? Where is she mentally? And a lot of times, what did she go through that got her to the point where she started to dance and continues to dance for that amount of time? Those were the questions that were swirling in my mind as a result of it. So I think that, and not to mention, I was like, wait a minute, I may have seen her. It's not like she was a dancer in a different state.
Yeah.
She was a dancer in DC, right? At a club that I've been to, that I've frequented, that my clients have frequented, that my friends have frequented. I'm like, do I need to make some phone calls? Do I need to call my football player friends? Do I need to call my boys that was playing on the Wizards back then? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. Do I need to call my business associates that I know was spending a lot of money in the club and do a background investigation? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I also know I know some women that dance and can separate it, and I know some women that dance that have went left, right? So yeah, those are to me, those are legitimate questions that I need to ask. Also, a man has his pride. I'm a little bit older. The generation that I'm from, we look at things a little bit differently sometimes, right? And I was like, all right, like I said, a man has his pride. So when I walk into this room with my woman on my side, am I going to be able to deal with my clients, my friends, whatever? Like, I used to throw ones at your woman. You know what I'm saying? Is that something I can deal with? Right? Is that something
you can deal with?
I've seen your woman's ass or pussy. I've seen your woman's titties.
Is that something you can do with?
I had your woman in the VIP room. She was my go-to joint. She's so bad. You know what I'm saying? Am I going to be able to deal with that? Right?
Can you deal with that, Walter?
I don't know.
Honesty, can you deal with that?
Right now, I don't have to worry about finding out. Right? So I don't got to worry about finding out. However, like I said, everybody has. She's like, Walt, it was 10 years ago. I did it for 10 years, and it's been 10 years since. Right? And so, like I said, it's something that I was like, like I said, I was on stage cracking dirty jokes in a paparazzi event, right? So I'm on stage, dick, pussy, dick, you know what I'm saying? Making people laugh, right? And some people may look at that like, hey, Walt's been on stage, Walt's been, in that lifestyle friendly environment, he can't say anything. And as I've grown and tried to become more mature, I'm like, listen, does it really matter what she did in the past, or what really matters is how I'm feeling, and can she make me happy now? And do I need to grow up? Like the one thing about the process, it makes you look at yourself and it makes you ask yourself questions like, can I grow from, I want to take something positive from this process, you know, regardless of how it turned out. I'm like, all right, do I need to be introspective? Do I need to, I ask myself, can I deal with that? Is the mature perspective, grow up, it doesn't matter. Your chemistry and the energy that you have with this woman is the only thing that's important. And what she did in her past made her who she is today. Does that matter? As long as you're happy,
doesn't matter. The question is, but that's the question you should be asking. Doesn't matter, Walter. That's what I'm looking for an answer from you.
That doesn't matter.
You know, as a man, we already know from the jump.
I will say, the answer that I told myself is, if we continue to date and the energy that we have and the chemistry that we have continues to grow and build, fuck it.
Okay, that's an answer.
Yes. And if I can't deal with it, if it comes to a point where I'm in that situation and I can't deal with it, then we're gonna have to have another discussion, right? You know, maybe I'm gonna need some therapy. I don't know. Right? No, I don't know. But you know, the whole purpose of the process, even the thing that, you know, Tommy is drilling into you throughout the journey, is do something different.
That's cool.
Think differently. Maybe these walls and these guards that you've had up is preventing you from having the love and the connection that you've been looking for. Maybe you've been too judgmental. Don't be judgmental. Maybe you've been, you know, traumatized and you're not letting people in. Be vulnerable. So this is being told through us throughout the whole. So I'm like, you know, that the whole point of Ready to Love is to explore that side of you. Do things differently, right? Grow. Try to become more mature. So, you know, would I have? So yeah, I tried. I tried to take that mentality. I tried to be open-minded. You know, just like I would expect somebody to be. I had a girlfriend that I really loved, and she told me I never wanted to be with someone because, like I said, I was on tour doing poetry, doing these erotic poetry, you know, things. And she was like, that's not what I want. I want a 9-to-5 guy. I don't want a guy that's on stage. I don't want a guy that has groupies. I don't want a guy that travels a lot. I want a guy that goes to work, comes home, white picket fence, 2.5 kids. And I was like, well, I don't mind that, but I don't want 2.5. I don't want to go to work, come home, 2.5. That's not the life that I want. I'd rather be in a big house with a basketball court in the back and a pool, you know what I'm saying? And figure out how we can make this money that we can travel all over the world and figure out, you know, I don't want to be normal. I want to live an extraordinary life if I can. Okay. And if you want this more of a plain basic life, then I'm not the person for you. I might not be able to give that to you. Or understand that if our life is plain and basic, it's not because I'm not trying to do more. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to, maybe it didn't work out, but I'm trying to give us extraordinary, right? And you have to, and hopefully you'll support my efforts in that. And so it didn't work out with me and her, right? Okay. So I can understand somebody making that decision. Like, hey, you know, how you live or what you've done in the past is not what I'm looking for, or is not ideal for me. And so if I can be empathetic, or if I've experienced that from somebody else, then maybe I need to. Oh wow, we can talk about that. I can be empathetic to your side. Okay, let's adjust it. Hey, in the house. Okay, so no, I did not have a whole girlfriend. So did I have somebody that I saw off camera? Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about it. I have no secrets. So once we start on the show and the women are being catty and petty, right? And I can't be intimate with either one of them because they're going to be throwing it in each other's faces. I'm not going to go 2 months without having sex. Tell you that right now. I'm not going 2 months without having sex. It's not going to happen. So there was, you know what I mean? So let me tell you what happened.
Wait, Walter, wait. I'm gonna let you wait. Walter, what are you telling me, bro? What are you telling me?
I'm telling you. Let me tell you what's gonna happen. Let me tell you. All right. So there was a girl that I was dating prior to the show, right? A girl I was seeing prior to the show. Before we started filming, me and the girl fell out. We had a falling out. We was like, you know what? This is not gonna work. I want to see other people. Cool. We stopped talking for about 2 to 3 weeks. I started the show. No, we stopped talking for about 3 weeks to a month, actually. I started the show. I'm on the show. Like I said, first 2 weeks, I'm all into Sabrina, right? We're talking all the time. Then things started to shift, right? For all the reasons that things started to shift. I'm like, all right, 3 weeks, a month goes by. Old girl that I had the falling out with called me like, Walt, what's up? I'm like, what's up? She's like, I'm trying to see you. Okay, cool. I need the maintenance. She needs the maintenance. All right, let me come. I'll come through and handle that. All right, cool. But at that point, it wasn't like we weren't, we weren't girlfriend and boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you know what the situation is. You know I'm on the show. You know that I'm dating. You know I'm dating with intentions. I done told her about Sabrina. Like, this is what's going down. This is what's happening. All right, cool. I understand. This is maintenance. This is what we are. I still like you. We're still cool, but it is what it is. So I don't.
So wait. Oh, okay. So someone said, was they living with you? Was this girl living with you?
No.
Okay. So y'all was just doing friends with benefits, basically.
Yeah, we were friends with benefits at the time. Now between like January and March, she was staying with me to get on her feet because she was like, I want to get her stuff. But by the time I started the process, she had her own apartment, she had her own car, she got a promotion. You know what I'm saying? I helped her get from point A to point B in her life and her career, and it was what it was. So, like I said, all this dirt that people think that they got on me is lies and rumors. You really don't want me to start telling the dirt I got on y'all. So stop it. I'm protecting you. Stop it. So whatever else you think you got on me, bring it, because it's a lie. If you had all these concerns the whole time, why did you convince me to stay? If you knew all this the whole time, why did you drag it out? Come on, man. Let me bring myself down because I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying.
Listen, I'm here for it. Listen, I'm
here for
we need to hear the truth. We're trying to hear the truth. So
so that's the truth. That's the truth of the situation. So if you had these rumors going on in your head, why didn't you have the conversation and address it? You know, if you felt like you had all this dirt on me, why didn't you address it? Why drag out the process? Why not self-eliminate? Why think that all this stuff is happening? You know what I mean? Now it's something new. Oh, you had a girlfriend the whole time. So what is it? Is it that you felt second? Is it that I didn't call you? Is it that I had a girlfriend? Is it that I had sex with Shiloh? Like, none of that's true. None of that's true. So stop
sleeping with somebody.
So stop it, right? Like, stop it. Because now the more you're talking, the more I'm starting to think you never really had the intention. Or because I try to look things on the positive side, or both of our communication wasn't well enough to take us to the next level. And if that's the case, if I wasn't communicating with you well enough and you didn't feel like I was courting you well enough, I don't feel like you were communicating what was going on in your mind with me well enough that you were coming to your own determinations as opposed to coming to me for clarity, right? So it could be looked at two different ways. And if that's the case, I understand why you made your decision. I understand why you walked away. and it's a blessing in disguise. And we both, it just wasn't meant to be. And if that's the case, I still appreciate the energy and the connection. And like I said, I don't feel like energy lies. So you still need, if you call me and you need something, I'll be there. It's like it don't got to be any animosity. It don't got to be any ill will. You know what I'm saying? But if you're gonna be out here talking about he only date people under 30 and some other stuff and all this other stuff that's going on, like, come on now. I wasn't doing that to you at the beginning of this thing. I wasn't on interviews, telling my truth. I was on interviews like keeping things so just to make sure that you had your shine, man. But you want black men to protect black women. You start protecting black women, they throw you underneath the bus. That's wrong. And so I'm not going to stop protecting black women, but I'm not going to let somebody just railroad me either. So didn't have to be that way. Really didn't.
No,
like I said,
listen, I hear the perspective on Sabrina stuff, but I must be honest. You can't expect nothing if you're out here sleeping with girls in between. It doesn't.
No,
listen.
Okay, you can say that. I mean, you can say that, but
come on, bro.
Most people, when they are dating, right?
Yes.
Have somebody that they're still having sex with until you get to the point where you're like, I got to cut this off with you because I'm serious with this person. Right?
Some people do, yes.
Right. So if you are dating 5, 6, 10, 7 women, and all those women are exchanging notes in a group chat, you're going to be very careful on who you deal with intimately because they're being petty. Right?
I get you.
Right? I don't want to do anything with Sabrina that she's going to be able to throw in Mumen's face. I don't want to do anything with Mumen that she can throw in Sabrina's face.
I hear that.
So the only way I'm going to be able to maintain is to continue my friendship. But that doesn't mean I had a whole girlfriend. That's a lie. That doesn't mean she was living with me. She wasn't living with me. When I started the journey, she was not with me. She wasn't in the crib. So don't lie. And instead of believing all the rumors that you're getting from people that are trying to throw stones at you all the time, come get clarification from the dude that's actually caring about you. And if I don't give you the clarification that you need, then you make the decision that you need to make. But instead, you're just going to internalize it, start acting funny, and then be like, well, you don't call me. And so now I understand why she wasn't calling me. See what I'm saying? So if that's the case, don't blame me not calling you. You wasn't calling me because you was hearing all this other stuff that was a lie. Don't blame me for that. Because you could have talked to me.
She said you told her. Yo, Sabrina's
like I said,
right in the chat, boy.
Like and Kojo, do you remember when I said? You remember bullshit, Kojo? You remember when I said? I'm not even going to address that shit. That's bullshit. Remember when I said everything that people thought they knew about me was a rumor and a lie, right? That's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. And if nobody comes and actually talks to me, then you're gonna end up making your own decisions. And all you got to do is talk to me. All you got to do is talk to me. That's it. It's really not that complicated. And it's not like I'm out here, running the streets. I have one person, you know what I'm saying, that was there.
No, I get you. Listen, I get it. Listen, I get both you and Sabrina's thing. I think there's a miscommunication on both ends. I think
I can agree with that too.
You know what I mean?
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I can agree with that, right? But if that's the case, don't be out here spreading lies.
Okay.
Right? Don't be out here like, oh, come on now. Because I know I never said that. Oh, you told me you had a girl. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because you can ask the girl in question will tell you the same thing. So it's bullshit. You know, the reason why the girl and I fell out is because I wasn't willing to make that commitment because of what happened when we fell out. I was like, yeah, I got to see other people. I got to move on, which is, like I said, it was perfect timing for the show. It was like perfect timing. Like when we fell out was right when I got the phone call to like, hey, you want to be on the show? I was like, you know what? First I said no, and then I was like, you know what? Yeah, maybe this is the perfect timing for everything. Maybe this is how this is supposed to work, right? So don't give me the bullshit. Don't come out here with more lies, man. Come on now. Bullshit.
I mean, to be honest, I'll be honest with you, but you know, someone might say, well, you know, the show did come at the right time, but were you really ever ready to commit to that girl then? You know what I mean? Like it
was
may
I ever
seem
really,
like that.
was I willing to commit to who? The girl the girl in question?
Yeah. Well, if the show came at the right time, were you really ready to commit?
Like no, I'm gonna tell you, like I don't have any secrets. The girl that I was talking to, we were dating. Like I liked her. I'm not gonna say that I didn't like her. I liked her. Like
I believe that.
I opened up my heart, my home to the girl. Like I was dating her. It didn't work out.
Why didn't it work out?
Like I said, what happened with us, you know, it wasn't like she was dating other people too. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like she wasn't dating other people. She was dating other people too. It's not like I was leading this girl on.
I'm not saying you were.
Let me tell you something, bro. Mom once told me, tell a woman the truth and let her lie to herself. So if I tell you, listen, I'm seeing other people, you see other people, boom, right? And you still come back and say, well, I still want to see you. And how is that being manipulative? How is that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think you are being manipulative.
That's what I'm saying. So you're a woman, right? Mm-hmm. Let's be accountable now. You're a woman, you're grown, you're able to make those decisions. Most women say, look, I just want a man to tell me the truth.
Yeah.
And give me the opportunity to decide whether I want to deal with him in that capacity.
Uh-huh.
Right? So now I'm doing that, and now I'm being attacked for it.
No,
I'm doing what you told me to do. I'm doing what you're telling all men to do. And now you're saying that's wrong too.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Why are you dating someone who wants to date other people? This is what I'm trying to say. I don't get this. Why? That's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you and saying to you. Is it where's the commitment issue? Is there a commitment issue here? Because
there's not a commitment issue.
Why are we dating somebody who we are dating someone else and they're dating someone else? I don't get that. That's not a commitment issue. Usually,
when you're dating, that's not a commitment issue. I don't understand how you see that's a commitment issue.
No, I'm asking. I'm not saying it necessarily actually is a commitment issue, but I'm saying is it a commitment issue? Because why are we going into situations where we're not first of all, because it's not just that girl, because once you go on the show you now have two other connections that you're also not connecting with, and then you're going back to that girl, and then we're in a situation so now we're in that situation where we're almost three women that we're kind of dealing with. That's what I'm saying commitment issue, because surely at a point in time a brother's got to be like, alright, do you know what, I want to either go with this girl or go with this girl. I don't want to go with any of them. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying commitment issue.
Okay, so let's address that.
Go for it.
When I first started dating the girl, I was dating her exclusively, right?
Okay.
We were dating exclusively. That's not a commitment issue. I was committed. We were dating exclusively. We weren't official, but I was dating her exclusively until we had the falling out.
Exclusive means no one else dating anyone else, right?
I wasn't dating anybody else for a few months. I was ready to love. I was giving it a genuine shot.
Okay.
Right? Once we had the falling out, then it was like, all right, I'm gonna date other people. All right, she's gonna date other people. Cool. That's not a commitment issue.
Okay.
I don't understand how that's a commitment issue. So it's not. I don't think that there's a commitment issue there.
We had a falling out, and then we get to a point where we're now going to date other people while still dating each other. It's not making sense.
Okay.
Is it actually dating, or we having sex? That's different. If we're having sex, that makes sense.
Say what?
If we're having sex, that's what we're actually doing. Like you said, it's just maintenance. So if that's what we're doing, then we're not dating after. We're just maintenance. We're just maintaining. That's what you're saying we're doing after. Because you
Yeah.
said dating. If you say dating, that's why it's a bit madness. Like I'm like, okay, you were
No,
dating
no,
exclusively.
no. Like
You come out of that, and then
we dated,
Mhm.
decided this may not work. We
Okay.
had the falling out, and then
Yeah.
after that, it was maintenance. Right? I'm still, just because it doesn't work out with me doesn't mean I can't be cool with you. Right? It's not like
Yeah, you can still be cool.
yeah, we can still be
Yeah,
cool.
but you just
And
call
if,
it dating. That's why. That's why I
and
was
if
like,
yeah, no, we can still be cool. And if you need some, I'm gonna give you some. If I need some, you might give me some. But that doesn't mean that we are dating anymore. We understood that it is what it is at this point.
mm-hmm.
Right? That's not a commitment issue. Like I said, it started out like this, like, let's figure out if this is gonna work with us.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because I swear to God, this is what people ask for, right? Listen, come at me with intention. Let's be intentional. If you change your mind that this is not going to work out, let me know before you start messing with anybody else or start opening yourself up to other people. Okay, cool. That happens. Okay, if you still want to deal with me, then fine. But you understand the terms and the parameters of what it is. We are no longer trying to move forward in this relation. We're no longer dating for the purpose of longevity. Right now, it's you're still my friend. I'm still cool with you, and we're doing what we do for maintenance. That's not a commitment to me. I don't think that's.
Okay, so fair enough. So then obviously you're saying that you couldn't, because of the situation that was happening between Mumen and Sabrina, you are like, I can't go without for 2 months or so without having maintenance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you've obviously gone back to this girl. But then obviously
I wouldn't say that. She hit me up.
When I say go back, maintaining.
Right.
You've gone to maintain. Sorry,
yeah.
You've gone to maintain.
We're still friends. We're still cool. Yeah.
You're still cool, and you're maintaining, right? But then obviously, then you're going back into the process, right? You're back into the process because you're talking about you and Sabrina and you Mumen, right? So okay, Mumen might be not being it.
Kojo, hold on. I gotta go to the bathroom. It's been like 3-4 hours.
You do your thing. You do your thing, bro.
Hold on, real quick.
Do your thing. It's a Mazzoline right now, isn't it? It's a Mazzoline right now. It's a madness right now. I got just taken out to the madness because cheese and the breadsticks because Yo, DC right now, you lot are suffering, cause DC suffering, cause yo, I don't want to hear UK girls ever complain about us. We're on a good trend, boy. Right.
Okay.
Right. Yes, sir. Okay. So we're saying obviously the fact that you've come back after maintaining with the lady. You're back in the process talking to Sabrina, right? And I asked you earlier on when you were saying to Sabrina, were you thinking about where this could potentially go? So it's like you've added an extra dimension, because this is my issue around this situation. And again, I know some people will say they've done it before. There are exceptions to every rule. Let's keep it a buck. There are exceptions to rules, right? You having sex 2 weeks before you get with somebody, I call it an exception to rule. When you're doing that kind of stuff doesn't prepare you to be committed into a committed relationship. Doesn't prepare you to want to commit to other people, and it doesn't prepare you to really be. If we're dating, and that's why I don't like the premise of the show anyway. Dating several people is always a problem.
Kojo, most people that I'm dating, I'm having sex with.
God damn it! And this is why it's not working. This is why it's not working.
How is that not working?
That's why it's not. Walter, you cannot be having sex with several people.
You can. So when you're dating somebody, you don't have sex with people that you date.
I can't be doing that several times over. Nope, sorry. I can't give my body to several people and then expect myself to be ready to go and commit to somebody.
I wasn't giving my body to several people. I never had sex with Sabrina. I never had sex with Mumen.
Yeah, but no, but you just no. But you're dealing with. You just said to me a minute ago that you will have sex with several. You can have sex with several people as you're dating, and I'm saying to you, how is that preparing you? I don't think it's even a bad. I'm not thinking it's anything. I'm saying, but how's it preparing you for a commitment? That is not preparing you for a commitment.
I have done that in the past. I did not do that on this. I did not do that in this journey. I wasn't having sex with several people.
I understand, but you were having sex with one person who was not in the process.
I was having sex with one person
who was not in the process.
Who was not in the process.
So that's going to affect how you're going to move with these other two ladies. This is the whole point. You see, that's what I just wanted to see.
I mean, maybe it's two different cultures or two. I mean, usually, maybe it's just me. You know,
if you found out one of the girls was having sex, would you be cool?
I don't personally think that this is something that, you know, I can only speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for all men, but usually a man is having sex with somebody, right?
Yeah,
whether they're dating seriously or whether they're just maintenance or they're friends with benefits, whatever it may be, right? You can have a friends with benefits and you meet a woman that's amazing and you fall in love with her. You having that friends with benefits has nothing to do with stopping you from falling in love with this person that you just met. Most of the time, somebody has a friends with benefits situation or is having sex with somebody or somebody they can call whenever they really need it. That doesn't stop you from falling in love. So what are you talking about?
It's not about stopping you falling in love. I'm not talking about stopping in love. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about falling in love. You were already in a process. This is the difference. You were already in a process. You were on the show. And you had two women that you were trying to connect with, and then you went outside to go and have the maintenance. Come back in, and you think it's going to be cool. Okay. Your energy is going to change. And I'm saying, okay. If you found out Sabrina or Mumen were having sex, would it change your perspective?
If I would have been having sex with,
if you found out that Sabrina or Mumen were having sex, would it change your perspective? Because it definitely changed your perspective when she said she was going to choose Tyrone. So it would change your perspective. As a man to man, you already know. If you found out Sabrina was having sex with Tyrone, your perspective would change. We're men here. Come on. We're men. Come on. It would change.
Let me tell you something.
You know I love you, Walt.
Let me say something. I'm still very protective.
I hear you.
Of Sabrina.
I hear you.
I'm very protective of women, right? I'm not gonna say anything bad, or you know. I'll say this: it wouldn't have changed my perspective. I would have expected it. If I'm not fucking you, somebody is.
Somehow I don't buy it, Walt.
Hey, that's the truth, bro. You better.
I'll tell you why I don't buy it. Because when I asked you the question first, you didn't answer it straight away.
If you're dating a woman, and I'm not going. Let me not say all women, because I'm sure there's women out there that are not having sex, and they're not, it's not all women. But usually, if you're dating a woman and you're not having sex with her, she got somebody that she's having sex with. Maybe he fly in town from Texas or Miami. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it may be, it may not be something consistent, but she got somebody that she's having sex with. And at our age, you know that. That's not going to affect your decision making towards them. If anything, you'd appreciate the honesty from them if they told you. Like, hey, look, this is what it's doing. This is how I'm maintaining until I decide that you and I are exclusive, right?
I hear that.
Until I decide that you and I are exclusive, I got a maintenance man, or I got a friend, or most ones like, there's somebody I can call. So I'm grown, man. I'm not worried about that. We're at the point where I say, look, I want you and you alone, and you need to cut this nigga off. Then if you keep having sex with him, that's gonna affect my feelings for you. But for you to tell me that, hey, I got somebody right now or whatever, I don't give a fuck about that, because when I put it down, I ain't worried about that.
No, listen, I hear that. I'm not saying that anyone's worried about that. It's just about preparing ourselves. To
me, that's part of dating and life, man. That's not. I'm not going to be worried about you having sex with some other dude when we just met a month ago. I'm not worried about that. Especially, like I said, if I'm not hitting it, I'm not worried about it at all. And if I fall in love, or if I feel like I need to, that you tell me, like, listen, once we start doing it, I need to be the only person that you're doing it to, and we come to that agreement, then whoever else is getting cut off. That has nothing to do with our relationship. That's just on a mature level. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the age that I'm at. But most women, like I said, to me, it seems like most women ask you for that level of honesty, and you give it to them. You got to be accountable. Like I said, you tell a woman the truth and let her lie to herself.
No, of course. Listen, look, no one's saying that you should be truthful. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about getting ourselves ready for commitment. If we want to get ourselves ready for commitment, how does that help us get ready for commitment? This is not for me. This is not for me adding a faith perspective. This is about preparing ourselves.
Celibacy.
I didn't say celibacy.
Well,
then
celibacy.
That's not what I'm saying. No, it's not about celibacy, because we're talking about a period of time where you're preparing yourself. You were preparing yourself to enter into a season where you were going to go on a show to learn to see if you can commit to two people. As soon as things got hot, you jumped out, went out, got where you need to go, and go back in again. And you were in a process. It wasn't necessarily dating outside of the show. You were already in a show, on a process and a journey. When you do that, what you're training your body and your mind to do is, as soon as it gets hot, I jump out, then I jump back in whenever I feel like it. That's not going to help you if you're trying to find out, how can I commit to somebody, right? Now, if you don't want those two, and you quit the process, nobody says a thing, but you went back in. So you have to, this is where you have to be accountable. You're saying about being accountable. I'm not even saying be accountable. I'm saying review it, look at it and say, how does this really benefit me if I'm going to be if I'm trying to get into a committed relationship, that when I had a situation, I jumped out and jumped back in again? How is that going to be the case? I'm not saying that the ladies were perfect. That's not what we're talking about. I actually agree with a lot of the things you said, but I've got to look at you, I'm going to say man to man, I'm looking at you going, bruh, come on, you jumped out, went to have maintenance, jump back in, and then talking to the woman as if you want them now to commit to the situation. Bro, it's not going to work like that. And the reason why you jumped out is because you had no connection to those ladies, which means you were never going to have connection after that.
True. Now, Kojo, you are adding your own opinion to that, and that's not true. First of all, the show is a dating show. They're dating 10 other dudes anyway. So what are you talking about?
If they were having sex with 10 other dudes, would you be okay with that?
Whether the guys are on the show, whether the guys are on the show or not, people are dating other people on the show. Whether the guys are on the show or not, people are even having sex with other people on the show. Understand?
That's why we know the show's not working.
So, and some people were, multiple. So let's not. And
that's why the show doesn't work.
Listen. So let's not make it about, oh, I didn't jump out the process. You are adding that to it. That is
no,
not.
You did. Once you had sex, no. Once you jump out and have sex with someone else who's not in the process, you're out the process, sir.
So you're saying as long as I had sex with somebody else on the show, it'd be fine?
It's part of the process. Yes, that's part of that process, right?
Let me get this straight.
Okay.
As long as I'm having sex with somebody on the show, it would have been fine.
If we're talking about the process, I'm talking about the process. Yes. I'm talking about the process, yes. Right?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I said yes.
Yes or no? Yes. Okay,
I said yes.
So if I had sex with,
bro, your sound's gone. Sorry, your sound went. Sorry.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry. You'll jump back in a second. Yeah, bro. Sorry about that. Go for it.
So say I would have had sex with Zadia, Shiloh, right? You feel like that would have been conducive to develop? That would have been okay. And
if we're talking about a process, not okay for you if you want to get to commitment, but process,
right,
yes,
right,
it's two different things. Yeah.
So I guess we can agree to disagree, because I don't feel that because of the way the process was. Had I had sex with anybody else in the process, I feel it would have ruined everything with me and Sabrina and everything with me and Mumen.
It's ruined already.
Because listen, because of the cattiness and pettiness and the exchange of information and all that was going to happen. Does that make sense to you?
That does make sense to me.
All right. So I am trying
So you're proving my point. You're telling me right now that if you had sex with someone else, how it changes the dynamic of you now trying to have a commitment. This is what I'm saying to you. This is why I'm saying to us as men, I already know what we're about. I know that when we are out here doing what we're doing, we know the ripple effect it has on the other people. That's why you just said to me right now that if you were to have sex with someone else, you know already it's going to affect the situation. You already know, which is going to affect when we're trying to move into commitment, which is my point. The process itself, you can do whatever you want. If you want to have sex with multiple people, that's okay for the process, but it's not okay for commitment, which are two different things.
But listen, it doesn't. The process is that you're dating multiple people. So no, it doesn't work for the process, bro. It doesn't. If you have sex with anybody in the process, it does not work for the process.
Okay.
It doesn't.
What's the problem with having sex on the process?
Say what?
What's the problem with having sex on the process?
If you have sex in the process, one, I will say, I thought about it. Don't get me wrong. And there was times that there was times that a couple of times that I went to have an intimate situation, but it was awkward, so I pulled back. But and it wasn't like sex; it was like a kiss, but the kiss was awkward. So I was like, "Why is that awkward?" Right? But as far as the process is concerned, sometimes having sex with somebody, like I said, you want to take the car for a test drive, right? Before you buy it, right? So sometimes having sex in the process will help you realize where your chemistry level is with that person. As far as, all right, is the sexual chemistry there? You know what I mean? With Mumen, I felt like I wasn't worried about it. I think that although Mumen was practicing, celibacy because of, religion or religious purposes, I feel like Mumen still had a very sensual side of her, and she moves in the house. So I was like, if it ever does jump off, I'm not really worried about it. With Sabrina, the couple of times, there was one time that I felt like we really had a very hot, connection, and I was like, oh, that'll work. As the process moved forward, and it's possible because she didn't address these things with me, that when we were in a situation again that we, were trying to be affectionate, I felt like she pulled away a little bit, and there was no explanation why. If that's the case, hey, I completely understand, right? But whether it was somebody in the process or outside of the process that she felt that she may have caught wind of, it still would have been the same thing. Still would have been the same thing, if not worse, because it's different when you can hear, oh, he might be messing with somebody else. And it's different when the other person is throwing it at you. And it's like, if you hear somebody, if you're messing with a girl and you hear she got another dude, you're like, all right, I expect her to have another dude. We ain't really doing much. You know what I'm saying? I just met her. Eventually she'll cut the boy off if she really liked me. That's one thing. It's another thing for you to meet this dude, right? Or for this dude to be in your face every day. That's going to be a whole different, you're going to be affected differently. So, like I said, we can have difference of opinions on it. I really feel like I understand what you're saying, though. I understand what you're saying as far as, if you're dating somebody and you're dating with intention, but even when you're dating with intention, like when you come into that thing, like we've only known each other for a few weeks, even if I'm dating with intention, I'm going to take that intention to really, because I need to vet you. I need to vet you because once in my experience, once you start having sex with somebody, then there's a level of emotions that's going to come along with it, right? And you have to be careful because if you haven't decided how far you want this thing to go, then they're going to look at you as you took advantage of them. They're going to start saying all the extra stuff that they're going to say. And they're not going to be like, well, he just was trying to get more intimate with me. They're going to be like, dude, you know that you didn't. As a man from brother, you understand how that can also be turned against you. And I didn't want that turned against me. And I didn't want them to be able to throw that in each other's faces. So if I'm wrong for that, then I'm wrong for that.
Hey, I'm not, that part I totally understand. Your reasons for going out, I'm not disputing. I am disputing whether that makes you ready to commit though.
No,
and I think you proved the point.
I don't feel like that. Yeah, well, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't feel like that has anything to do with my commitment. Honestly, I don't at all.
You were committed to the process. It's like going to university and dropping out and then trying to jump back in again, but then finish the process.
Drop out, dude. I didn't drop out. It's like going to university. It's like going to university and I don't even know how that's. I don't even know. At no point did I quit the process. I was like, where did I drop out at?
You checked out of the process. Once you had sex with someone outside of it, you checked out, bro. Because the process involves the people within it. It doesn't involve the people outside.
I don't agree with you on that, man. That's
why are you on the show then, Walter? Walter, listen, Walter. You are a handsome brother. No, Walter, listen. You are a handsome brother. You did not need the show to have a cohort of women who you could have women to sleep with or connect with or talk with.
I didn't have a cohort of women. I did.
But it's, so you yourself know. Okay, so wait.
Don't bring that to the table.
Wait. Are you saying you didn't have? Okay, wait. Pause.
Don't bring that to the table because you know people will run with that.
Okay, hold on.
Come on now.
Are you telling me? Okay, so did you have trouble getting women before the show?
No.
So you didn't have no trouble getting women before the show. So what I'm saying to you is, you didn't need the show.
I know I didn't. I didn't need.
Thank you. You didn't need the show. So you entered the show to enter a process. By you having sex outside, you exited the process. That's my point.
I don't agree with you.
You didn't need the show. If you wanted to be in a position where you could exit and do maintenance, you didn't need to be on the show to do that. That's what I'm trying to say to you. You were on a show.
I wasn't on the show to do maintenance. I was on the show because my heart and my mind was open to finding a real connection and possibly dating long term and finding love in the process. Me getting maintenance outside of that has nothing to do with that process. I mean, it is what I mean. Like I said, we can agree to disagree on that point, man. Because I can tell you right now, women were having sex outside the show, and you're not going to tell them that they dropped out the process. You know what I'm saying?
If that information was presented to me, I would have used it and said, listen, so how do you expect to be committed to this process? This is that simple. This is why this show doesn't work, because people are doing stuff that are not according to the process.
There's a difference between there's a lot of stuff in the process. You're not supposed to see people off camera, but you got rooftop fights and some other stuff happening. So you could say that nobody was committed to the process. If that's the case, right? No, that's not come on. I mean, that's the process. The process is there's process and there's rules in place for the show. Don't see people off camera.
Listen, I've played the game as much as you, Walter. You know you're capping right now. Come on,
I'm not playing the game, and I'm not capping. You have your opinion. You have your opinion about how you date and how you move, and I have my opinion. I don't believe that as soon as you start talking to a woman, you cut everybody else off.
You weren't just talking to me. It wasn't the first day, bro. You were you were already down the line. That's the point.
So
but I hear you.
Listen, here's the question. If you meet a woman and you and this woman have been talking for about a month, right? You're just, because you just met this woman and you guys are talking for a month, you're not having no sex.
Well, listen, I'm not supposed to. I'll be very honest with you. I shouldn't be having sex. Have I had sex in the past? Yes.
You haven't, but you haven't decided whether or not.
That's not my MO. That's not my first thought.
Let me ask the question. Yeah, you haven't decided whether or not you and this woman are even going to have sex. You haven't decided whether or not.
That's not my first thought.
No, I'm just saying. I'm giving you the scenario.
Yeah.
Right. You've been talking to a woman for a month.
Yes.
You like her. You're getting to know her. She's getting to know you. She likes you. Yep. She's dating 10 other dudes.
Why is she dating 10 other dudes?
That's because you're watching her date 10 other guys, bro. That's the show.
You saw if I'm on the show. You talking about if I'm on the show?
No, I'm not saying if you're on the show. I'm just saying in life. This is life. Just say.
Oh yeah, listen. People are talking to other people.
Right.
People People are talking to other people. Don't get it twisted. People are talking to other people. Now, like I said, but your energy and the way you move when you're having sex with other people, you feel it. This is what I'm trying to say to you. And if you're attuned, and if you're attuned,
I'll agree with that. I'll give you that.
You know what I'm saying? You feel it.
I'll agree with you that there's an energy shift when you're dealing with other people. I'll give you that. But I also feel that that's, like I said, to me maybe I'm wrong. That's that's just a part of life, bro. Maybe it's an age difference, maybe it's a maturity level. Maybe I'm just being more honest than most people are willing to receive, bro. You know what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is, you're not going to cut somebody off until you make the decision with that person with somebody new that you met, or you're in a process. Like, you know what? This is what it is. I want to be with you, and I want to only be with you. Or we're only having sex, and we're still, we're dating intentionally, and I don't want you to have sex with anybody else because I want all your focus to be on me. But if you're already in a situation where your focus is on 10 other people, that's not going to be that big. That's not going to be a deciding factor. The fact that you go get some maintenance, because the situation with the 10 other people, it has not been solidified, because you don't know what they're doing off camera. There's rumors. I'm not going to say the rumors that I heard, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna put nobody's dirt out there.
No, I get you.
I'm not gonna put dirt out there on other people that even if those people are putting dirt out on me, I'm not gonna put dirt out on them. I'm gonna still protect them to a certain extent, regardless of whether or not they protect me. So for you to tell me, whoa, bro, you don't know what I'm saying? You're not doing stuff out the process. I'm not telling you what other people are doing out the process.
But you don't need to, Walt, because they're not the ones I'm talking to. Now, if they're doing the exact same thing, then my message covers straight to them too. And this is why Ready to Love is where it is right now.
No, man, listen, I don't believe that, because you have your Dantes and Aishas, and I feel like their joint is genuine. It's not that. You can find love, man.
Exception. That's what I said. That's what I said. Let's not make my favorite. The audience know me. My favorite term is, don't make a rule that is an exception, because you see exceptions does not make it a rule. Even if there's a small minority of people making something happen, it's an exception, not the rule. What we see from Ready to Love in the last few seasons is that it doesn't work.
Okay, well, I will say this. I haven't watched the last few seasons, so I can't tell you.
Fair enough.
Right? I haven't watched the last. I told you in the beginning, I haven't watched the show. Because I didn't want to come in with a
preconceived idea. Yeah, right. I get that.
So if it hasn't worked in the past, that's fine. But I can tell you this: falling in love is almost an exception to the rule. Anyway, you got to kiss. If you're a woman, you might have to kiss a few frogs to find a prince. As a guy, you might go through a couple of relationships to find the right woman. It's always, love is a crapshoot, period. Whether you're on the show or you're just living your life, right? It's either way, it's still a crapshoot. So I'm not going to say the show doesn't work. The show has shown that there's a few exceptions to the rule that has actually been successful. So if 1 out of 5 people that you date, or 1 out of 10 people that you date, you fell in love with 1 out of 10 people that you got to know, that you met out in the street, you know what I'm saying, whatever, then that's the statistic on you got to date 10 people to find that one to fall in love. That doesn't mean the show doesn't work. It means the show puts you in a situation where they're giving you 10 people and hoping that this 1 out of 10 situation is going to be the one that lightning strikes.
No, I don't agree. I'm saying I'm agreeing to disagree. I'm agreeing to disagree. I get your point. I actually get it. I understand it. No, I see the logic. I see the logic. I'm not saying I don't see it.
And that's all. That's
you know what I'm saying?
That's all I ask.
We agree to disagree in that point, that we have different philosophies. So I'm saying I see your point. That's what I mean. I do see your point. You know what I mean? Okay. So I'm with that. All right, cool. I know we've come to.
Anything that we need to address?
Huh?
Is there anything? Well, I mean, I feel like we stayed on that topic way too long.
It's two men going at it. That's why.
But I'm glad that we came to a point where we saw each other's point and we saw each other's logic, though. Because I see your point. I see your point as well. I do.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. You know what I'm saying? It never has to get to craziness. Two men can disagree and it's can be calm.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
appreciate that. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
because it's two different philosophies, and I agree with your point as far as the energy is concerned and things of that nature. I agree with. I see your. I don't necessarily agree with it
Okay.
wholeheartedly,
Okay.
but I see your logic. You know what I'm saying? And I can see because I believe in the energy. So when you talk about the energy shift and how that may affect different connections, I see that point definitely.
Okay. I hear that. Let's. I don't think I have any more because I think I answered all my questions. But what would you say? Just a final question. What would you say that you've learned from this process? What have you learned from this process?
Um, Hold on, because I think there's a couple other before I start going in final statements. I think
Okay,
there's a couple other things that I might need to address. What do we need
that's
to
cool.
address? Is there any questions? The rooftop situation, maybe? Um,
Not necessarily. The rooftop. It was.
okay.
You was
Uh,
calm on that.
you said what?
I said you was calm on that. You was
I was
calm.
calm on the rooftop?
Yeah, I mean, when I say calm, British slang is like it was cool. It was cool. It was a cool moment. We didn't have any problems with that.
Oh, on the rooftop?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
I know that whole rooftop situation with
With
Zadia
Zade.
and Sydney. You know what I mean? I didn't know if that
Oh yeah.
I didn't know if that needed to be addressed. But that was definitely interesting because if it doesn't need to be addressed, it doesn't need to be addressed. But if there's questions about it, I definitely want to answer it because it was volatile,
Mm.
and so if we don't need to address it, we don't need to address it. But I helped to handle the situation, and I talked to Nye about it after it happened, and we came to an understanding as well. So don't think that men weren't protecting women.
Mm.
Really, uh, we uh, we protected both Sydney and Zadia uh, um, because it was just stupid. But I also, had that conversation with Nye because I didn't like the way that he handled the situation.
Oh, okay, okay. So what was his viewpoint? Because obviously, he said what he said, but what was his viewpoint?
Um, his viewpoint was okay. Well, I don't know what happened before I got to the
Mm.
rooftop, but obviously there was some tension. Um, Prior to when I got there, I saw Sydney get up and walk over to Cornelius and dance or whatever. And, Camille got up and walked away. Zadia didn't take it too well. Of course, she started, flipping out and cursing or whatever. Mind you, the girls are at the table. They got liquor bottles all over the table. Zadia walks across, from a distance, like, I'm about to mess you up. I'm about to fuck you up type shit. And, where, like I said, I didn't come from the best of neighborhoods. So I'm looking at the situation. I'm like, you got three girls sitting at a table full of bottles, and you got one girl approaching them talking about, I'm gonna fuck you up. So that's not gonna end well. Where I'm from, one of the girls would have picked up the bottle and cracked it, right? So when she got there, I want to say I stopped her. I was like, yo, you're tripping. Like, no, like, don't do it. One of the girls was like, let her go. Or not. She was like, Walter, I'm not going to trip. That's what she told me. She's like, Walter, I'm not going to trip. Let me go. And they were like, let her go. So I let her go. And of course, the incident happened where she, got up in Sydney's face or what have you. And at that point, Phil grabbed her and carried her away. And when Phil grabbed her and carried her away, I'm trying to calm down the situation, and Nye is arguing with the women. And I'm like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, one, if that's my girl, I'm not gonna let some other dude pick her up and carry her away. It's not gonna happen. If anybody grab my girl, it's gonna be me, right? So eventually Phil lets Zadia go. Zadia comes back again for round two. I grab her and I pick her up and I carry her away. And I'm expecting, Nye to come, handle it. Like, yo, Nye. And I remember I was going, Nye, get your girl. Like, I'm holding Zadia. I'm like, Nye, come get your girl. Take her out the situation. Leave, whatever. Take her downstairs, something. Get her out the situation. He continues to argue. It's funny because in that moment, me and Zadia kind of had a moment because there was a time where my ex-girlfriend was had a couple of drinks and I couldn't calm her down. Right, it was like a similar tension type situation, and it was I'm trying to calm Zadia down and I couldn't calm her down, and she put her hand on my chest like she was about to push me out the way, and like I held her and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna move, right? You're not about to get around me. I'm not gonna let you go over there and get hurt. And Zadia softened. She was like, all right, well, you know what I mean? And we ended up talking about it. I was like, I was telling her, I said, yo, when you put your hands on my chest and you soften, it's kind of sexy, right? So, I joked about it, right? But I was like, I said, but you reminded me of my ex in that moment. And that's, was one of the reasons why I didn't try to pursue Zadia, because I was like, I've been in a situation where I can't calm somebody down after they've been drinking, and I don't want to put myself back in that situation, right? So we had that moment or whatever, and I remember telling after everything died down on the rooftop or whatever, and I ended up taking Zadia, or they ended up leaving. I remember having a conversation with some of the other fellas, like, yo, I don't like the way that Naim handled that. I didn't like the fact that we are trying to calm his girl down, and he's arguing with them. I was like, that's not how I feel. Yeah, it's not conducive. That's not how I feel a man should carry himself, whatever, right? And I had this conversation with a couple of the guys, and I'm the type of person, I don't want to say anything behind your back that I won't say to your face. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, so I need to talk to Naim. I need to address it with him. And after one of the deliberations, I was like, Naim, let me talk to you. Like, what's up? I was like, the rooftop situation, like, I didn't like the way you handled that. I didn't feel like I should be grabbing Zadia and pulling her away. I feel like that was your job, and let us try to calm down the other women, right? Like, why would you put your girl in a position where she could possibly get jumped? Like, what would happen if all three of them started jumping her? Was you going to jump in and start fighting too? Then you going to go to, you know what I'm saying? Like, what was you going to do in that situation? It was going to be all bad if you didn't see that it would have just been all bad. And he told me, he said, Walter, you don't know what the tension was before you got here. I wanted her to fight. And right? And when he said that, I was like, I said, look, yo, Kojo, I had the same response. I was like, what? I said, you wanted her to fight? He was like, yeah, I wanted her to fight. He was like, you don't know the tension that happened before. I wanted her to fight. And at that point, as from man to man, I'm like, if I continue this conversation, it's going to go left. I'm like, I just got to respect his perspective and say, that's how he felt about it. That's how he feels about Zadia. And at least I've told him how, what I said behind his back. So that way there's as a man, let's have this respect for each other. Like, yo, I'm not going to be talking about you behind your back. There's nothing that I'm going to say behind your back that I won't say to your face. I was like, dude, I don't agree. He was like, it's cool. I don't care that you don't agree. I was like, all right, cool. We good? We good. All right, cool. Boom. And in my mind, I was like, all right, well, I know what I'm dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I know what I'm dealing with. And that's why at the reunion, when Sydney was like, yo, aren't you guys going to check him? I was like, that's who he is. He's going to argue. He's going to argue with women. That's you know what I'm saying? He feels the need to interject himself in order to protect Zadia. He's going to, if I take her away out the argument, he's going to continue the argument for her. You know what I'm saying? Because that's, in his mind, that's how he's protecting her. And I'm just like, no good is going to come of that. So don't think that somebody didn't say something to him or it wasn't, but it was addressed. But he has the right to feel that way. But, as like I said, from a man's perspective, you just got to be like, okay, now I know who I'm dealing with. Now I know what I'm dealing with. And if you get involved, you also understand consequences and repercussions of confronting a man who thinks in that manner. You know what I mean? So that's the rooftop situation as far as I'm concerned.
What the heck is going on here? What is going on, bruv? How is a man saying I want to see them fight, bruv? Like, what?
Dude, that's what I'm telling you. There were certain times where throughout the process, I was like, I don't know. I don't think I want to be here. You know what I mean? There was times that, you know, I remember Mumen In talking me off the ledge one time. Mumen was like, Walt, you know, I like you. Don't quit. And I was like, all right. You know, like, so, and there was, like I said, the last time Sabrina was like, yo, I'm in it with you. Don't quit. Like, we can make this work. So there's times in the process that I was like, I wanted to remove myself because whether it was the schedule and it affecting my business and the things that I was passionate about, or whether it was just the environment of it, that, you know, it wasn't necessarily the connections. It was the mean nastiness that was happening between people that I was like, do I really want to get up and have another? You know what I'm saying? So it was interesting. It was definitely interesting. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that I need to?
Well, you better talk. We know we go to talk about the Shiloh and the Phil situation. Was what that was.
Shiloh and Phil.
I should do.
I will say that it was a judgment call on Phil's behalf. You know, I feel like he was trying to protect her, and I feel that, you know, I see Shiloh's point as well. Like, I don't know what the statistic is. 1 out of 3 Black women, you know, have been through some type of physical trauma. You know what I mean? And so you don't know what Shiloh's triggers are. You don't know what picking her up. You don't know where that takes her mentally from whatever happened to her in her past. So from her perspective, it's a trigger. that took her back to whatever, you know, so she feels like she's being violated emotionally, and she can't, and I'm sure there's liquor involved. It's 4:30 in the morning, it's raining, you know what I'm saying, whatever it may be. That's a trigger for her. Phil's call is, it's 4:30 in the morning. She's wearing next to nothing, right? She comes out the club. She's not wearing. She has some. She's, you know, she's dressed, you know, provocatively. She's going down an alley that he wouldn't go down. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can't. I can't follow you. I don't want to follow you down this alley. I wouldn't go down this alley by myself. So there's no way I'm going to go down this alley after you, right? I need to stop you from going down this alley. I think at one point when Phil and I talked, I think he actually said to me, Walt, I saw a couple dudes hanging out in the alley. I was not going to let her go down the alley. For some reason, I want to say he told me that when we first talked about it. He was like, Walt, I didn't want to go down that alley. I saw a couple dudes that was hanging out in the alley. So when she started walking towards the alley, I was like, I can't let her go. Right? So he has to make a judgment call in that situation. Hey, stop, don't go down the alley. I'm not going to listen. They'll say, look at her, she's not listening. She's walking. And he got to be like, okay, if I let her go down the alley and anything happens to her, the whole world is going to be like, why would you let her go down the alley, dude? You know the alley's not safe. You done saw dudes hanging down the alley. You know she's drunk. She's barely dressed. You know what I mean? Like, dude, why wouldn't you protect her? Why wouldn't you stop her from going down the alley? And if he grabs her, not knowing that she has these triggers, right? Then it's, you know, you put your hands on. Mm. So it's a catch-22, right? It's a lose-lose situation. And if you have to make a judgment call on that, am I going to lose and she lives or doesn't get abused or hurt, and I got to take the brunt of that, then fine. If I let her go and I didn't stop her, can I live with myself? Mm. Can I live? How devastating is that going to be for me that, man, I could have stopped her and then something happened to her? You know what I mean? So you know, even when in the show, they were like, "Do you feel like he was trying to hurt you physically?" She was like, "No, I don't feel like he was trying to hurt me physically, you know, but he doesn't know what I've been through. So I felt like he was trying to hurt me emotionally, but I never at any point felt threatened physically." So she had that, I feel like she had that understanding that he wasn't trying to hurt her, but because of whatever she's been through in her past, you have to acknowledge the feeling that she still felt violated, even though in his effort to protect her, she still felt violated. And, you know, like I said earlier, it's tough, man, because you keep hearing, we don't protect our Black women. We don't protect our Black women. We don't protect our Black women. But now every time we are in this situation where we're trying to protect our women, whether, you know, I'm trying to protect somebody's reputation or Phil's trying to protect somebody's physical, you get thrown underneath the bus for it. Mm. And we have to shake that off and say, it doesn't matter. I still got to keep protecting people because it's the right thing to do. And heavy is the head that wears the crown. If I got to take the fall for being protective, if I got to take the fall for being what you're asking me to be as a man, that's a tough situation to be put in, because you don't want to get me too. You don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, but at the same time, like, I am, you know, Phil's, you know, during the show, I think Phil's mom passed away during the show. He was going through some stuff during the show. Phil's a protector. So, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like he made the right call. I feel like he made the right call. I think at one point, Shiloh was like, "You could have followed me." I'm like, "Nah, dude, I'm not going to follow you down that alley." Because even if I follow you down that alley and I get in a fight, you know, whatever it may be, it's still a lose. Who's going to say I'm going to come out alive? You know what I mean? Like, the best thing to do is avoid the situation completely. And it was a judgment call. I feel like he made the right call, you know? And I feel like most people think that. I would like to think that most people feel like he made the right call. So that's how I feel about it, man. I think he made the right call. And it's unfortunate that Black women have not been protected, to the point that there are triggers and there is trauma. You know what I mean? That we now, as any black man or any man, well, I would say Black man because I'm only dealing with Black women, but any Black man that deals with a woman understands that, you know, I'm going to have to hold her hand through this trauma. I'm going to have to hold her hand through a healing process. And there's going to be triggers. There's going to be things that I'm going to have to deal with that I didn't necessarily cause. But because Black women haven't been protected, a lot of times they're going to come in with their guards up. They're going to come in defensively, right? And that's just something that now is a part of dealing with any relationship. So yeah, hats off to Phil. And even with Dante, think about the restraint it took for Dante to not grab her hand, like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Think about the restraint it just took for him to sit there, because if she would have been on the other foot, if he had even walked up on her in that type of way, all hell would have broke loose. But when the shoe's on the other foot, then it's like, you know, where's the protection for or at least the consideration for you know, what we are, the complications mentally and emotionally that we have to deal with when it comes to navigating these relationships. You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe, you know, whatever age difference or whatever with Mumen and Sabrina, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's a trigger, you know what I'm saying? Like, who knows what triggers there were that because of our lack of communication, because I really feel like with Sabrina, it ended up boiling down to a communication issue, like you said, right? Mm-hmm. So, you know, maybe she did, like, and she told me at one point, when I started hearing things, I didn't feel comfortable talking to you about it. That's unfortunate. Because I felt like we had a safe space enough that you could talk to me about anything, since you was talking to me about anything anyway. Right? So, you know, but that's something that, you know, you have to, one thing about the show, it makes you very introspective, and it makes you, you know, figure out, am I ready to love? Is there more healing that I need to do? Is there past trauma that I need to deal with? As a man, the judgment calls that I'm making in these situations, am I making the right calls? If it's a catch-22, if it's a lose-lose situation, am I going to keep my head up and come out bloody but unbowed? Because either way, I'm going to take the brunt of the punishment, but at least I can be proud about the punishment that I'm taking. I feel like I made the right decision, and I'll take whatever consequences comes with my pride and my integrity of the decision that I made. Am I showing restraint when I'm being confronted? All these things, it's a part of your growth process. And the things that I've learned, I learned that, wow, there's a few things that I've learned. I've learned that, different people are going to want to be courted in different ways, right? And what I'm expecting from initial interactions may not be what other people need, right? And if that's the case, man, I just wish we would have communicated more. I guess that's, and maybe, so sometimes I'm like, yeah, I could have called more. But to say that I didn't call at all, but I could have, I'm not gonna say, but I'll say I learned I could have called more and made more effort. And mostly what I feel like I could have called more about was to check on her as far as her parents was concerned. As far as her mom and her dad was concerned, I felt like I could have called more just to see how she was doing, and how she was managing that. We had those conversations when we were in person, but we didn't have those conversations on the phone in between. And so I could have did that more. I learned that, when I care about somebody, maybe I should quit earlier. If I see red flags or I see things aren't working out, maybe I should cut things off earlier, as opposed to overlooking certain things because of chemistry. You know what I mean? Sometimes chemistry is a motherfucker. I'll tell you that much. Chemistry is a motherfucker. Chemistry will have you, around and tolerating things that you may not usually tolerate. And I definitely can say that, because of the chemistry, I had hope. It kept me like, we can work this thing out. We can get past it. I can look past that. Maybe that's not that big of a factor. You know what I mean? And that's something I need to work on. I could definitely be more intentional with that, or just have better discernment with it. Sometimes when you go into something wanting something bad, you overlook it. I'll tell you the times that I have fell in love is when I was like, I don't want to fall in love. The times that I've ended up in a long-term relationship is like, you know what, I am done. I'm about to get out here and act a fool. And then in the process of me about to act a fool, then I meet somebody. I'm like, oh man, I did not want to fall for this person at this time. I did not, that's not where I was in my life. It's when I wasn't looking for love is usually when I found love. That's why when you were saying, whatever, if you're doing things outside or whatever, I was like, no, that to me, usually when I wasn't looking for love is when I found it. It wasn't trying. Because a lot of times when you're looking for love, you try to force situations to work. You try to fit that square peg into the round hole. Yeah. And then you end up, getting hurt later on, and it's possible that in this process, in this journey, despite the flags, I tried to fit a square peg into a round hole because I went in with that open mind and wanted it to work. Because I honestly feel that the energy between Sabrina and I felt so genuine. I'm gonna say it is so genuine. I don't want to downplay the energy between Sabrina and I. The energy between Sabrina and I is genuine. Yeah. It's not fake. Us showing up wearing the same color was not planned. It was not fake. Our conversations, our giddiness, the emotion was not fake. All that was genuine, which is why I still felt like, hey, we're going to walk into the sunset. You know what I mean? Not necessarily we're in love, not necessarily like, you know, this is going to be the end all be all, but this is enough for us to explore the possibility if it could really work. And because of that, I still care for her because of that. Because of that, I'll still be there for, because I think that that's rare for it to be so instant. Literally, it was instant. So, what else would I say that I learned? Yeah, I don't know. There's probably a couple other things that I learned in this process, but that's all I can think of right now. You know? But I can say to be vulnerable so quickly, because that's the first thing they tell you. You know, when you get into the process, they're like, listen, if you want to make a connection, if you're really ready for love, unzip yourself. You know, be an open book, be vulnerable, be willing to share everything. Like, don't hold anything back. And I believe I'm usually like that anyway. And I came in, so it was natural for me to be that way. It's always been natural for me to be that way. I don't have secrets, so I'm not tripping. I have, whatever I've been through has got me to the point. And so, because I believe that about myself, I also have to be open that other people are that way, which is why, you know, if you would have asked me 5, 6, 10 years ago, if, you know, some girl was like, you know, you know, she danced for 10 years or whatever, you know, 5, 10 years ago, you'd be like, oh, I danced for 10 years. I'd be like, no, it's not going to happen. Right. But, you know, 10 years later, I'm going to be less judgmental. I'm going to be more open. And that was something that I discovered about myself in the process. Like, am I willing to take this shot? Am I willing to, you know, look past, like I said, accept that whatever anybody's been through has made them who they are. Just like everything that I've been through has made me life, right? And yeah, so I learned that about myself. I was like, all right, well, there's some growth there, you know, like, all right, there's some growth there. So, you know, I looked at that as a good thing, because I got some phone calls. Believe me, like, dude, like, did you, like, you know, I got some phone calls, and I said the same thing, like, hey, you know, we all got to pass. Like, chemistry, the chemistry is undeniable. Our connection's undeniable. I'm willing to figure this thing out. So, I'm trying to think, is there anything else? I'm sure there's something else, but yeah, that's all I can go right now.
No, I appreciate it, bro. It's a very thorough breakdown of what you've learned. No, you know what? Like I said, listen, it's the opportunity to chop it up and have conversations, especially about the experiences being on a show like Ready to Love. are rare. You know what I mean? I know amongst the cast you'll have it, but to have it from the outside world, and for us as well who don't get to see the inner workings of what goes on, you know, I appreciate you taking this time out. You know what I mean, to share your experience, even if you disagreed at different points. I appreciate the fact that you were respectful about it. As well, you know what I mean? So my final kind of thing here is, do you have anything we can support, anything we can get behind, anything that we can jump on and give a bit of support on that?
Like I said, I hope is it after 4.5 hours. I hope that I addressed everybody's questions. You know, I don't know what else there is to say, but you know, everything is what Walt can do. IG, YouTube, website. I have a ski trip coming up in Lake Tahoe to celebrate my birthday. Blackout ski weekend, skiing party weekend in Lake Tahoe. That's gonna be crazy. It's the biggest ski weekend in California, biggest black ski weekend in California. It's gonna be hot. And, you know, Lake Tahoe has, you know, clubs and casinos. So when you're not on the mountain, there's more than enough nightlife to participate in. Plus, like the blackout ski weekend, they throw the parties, and it's gonna be lit. So I've been actually wanting to go on this ski trip for probably about 10 years, and for some reason I always miss it. So now that I actually have the opportunity to be a part of it, and it falls right around my birthday, I'm really looking forward to it. If you want to come party with me and help celebrate my birthday, definitely come out to the Black Ski Weekend in Tahoe. What else? The sexual erotic expression. Like I said, I stopped doing it a few years back, not only because of COVID, but just because, you know, but of course now that my boy, all these rumors and all this crazy stuff has been happening, my boy was like, yo, Walt, come down, host the show. You know, I want you to host the show, like get on stage, crack some jokes, and still, you know? So I'm thinking about going down to Charlotte. I'm thinking about going down to Charlotte and getting on stage and cracking a couple of jokes. You know, maybe I could bring some of this Ready to Love experience to the show. So follow me on what Walt can do on IG if you want to know if I'm going to go down there and do the show. And you know, people have been asking me to bring the show back to DC. So that might be fun. And it's been about 2-3 years since I've got on stage and cracked some jokes. So looking forward. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be therapeutic for me to do that. So follow me on IG to find out more information about that.
Come on now.
Trying to think, is there anything else? No, that's about it, man. You know, all the other entertainment stuff. I really haven't been doing. You know, I didn't really come on the show to promote myself in that way. I really came on the show to see if I could find. Like I said, it was like that the parable about the boat. You know, I didn't really prepare like other people prepared to promote and sell themselves with the show. That wasn't I've been popular before. So I've done movies, I've done plays, I've done, you know, all that type of stuff. So I haven't really done that in a few years. So that's not really what I came here for. I came here for the reason that I came, and it is what it is. So I would like to figure out how to help people in relationships. I would like to, you know, maybe have some type of discussion. Maybe I'll put something together and have some type of like, you know, like we can agree to disagree on your platform, right? I would like to have like some type of discussion where like maybe we talk about life, love, relationships from a man's perspective, and so that way, right? So that way, women can see or hear and learn. You know, how men really think about things. Like I said, from like all these women are chiming in like, oh, he didn't call you, and nobody stopped to be like, did you do something to make him stop calling? You know what I'm saying? Like, so there may be some open conversation that we need to have because to bridge that gap, because you know maybe we are missing out on great relationships, or we're losing out on people that we have great chemistry with because there's not that communication there. maybe it could be one of those things where we say, hey, I wish if women are seeing the perspective where guys are like, I wish she would have called me, or she could have called me too. Maybe they're like, well, maybe this traditional viewpoint I have of courtship is not working in 2022. Women aren't, they're not stay-at-home, women that are, you guys are bossing up and everything. So you can't. Maybe there has to be some type of modification, not only upon how men court women, but how women receive the courtship as well. You know what I mean? So
I think I might want to delve into that and see if if it'll help men. Because a lot of times men are scared to say what they really want to say, or they're scared.
Your sound's gone, bro. Your sound's gone.
Shit.
Yes, brother.
Sometimes men are scared to say what they're really thinking because they don't want, because they're afraid of the reaction of what women may think about them. So they just keep it to themselves. Like, I'm not gonna say that. They're gonna run me through the mud. They're gonna run me through the mud if I say that. So maybe there needs to be a platform that men can speak freely, and also that women can get a men's perspective, and maybe there can be an exchange of advice, and maybe there can be some healing involved in that as well. So I just kind of thought of that. That's been swirling around in my mind, and yeah.
Hey, listen.
And of course, I'll be cracking jokes the whole time, so it might be funny too. You're a comedian and a psychologist.
You gotta jump on it, man.
So look out for that. Just follow me on IG and on Facebook, Walter Maxfield Jones on Facebook. And if there's something I can do to help people and benefit from this experience, then I want to do that too.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Captain, man. Listen, I know you spent 4.5 hours of your time. I appreciate that. Your time is money. I know that you're a busy man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotta run. I gotta run to a dinner right. Like
tell them you were with Little Black Book. They'll be all right.
They're really gonna care about that.
Tell them they'll go with Little Black Book. They'll be okay. But audience members, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you for sticking with us for 4.5 hours. You guys came out strong. 2,200 came out for 4 hours. So yeah, crazy stuff, man. Do you know what I mean?
That's big numbers right there.
Big numbers indeed, sir. That's what they be doing. That's what you be doing. So I appreciate you, Walter. I'm gonna let you go because I know dinner's coming, and we will talk soon. Yeah, you know what I mean. So,
appreciate you, man. Be easy. Appreciate you giving me the platform to talk, bro.
Oh, come on, bro. It's never.